Okay, so you will see a lot of math. There's a lot of calculations, and all of these detailed calculation as per the Indian standard codes, the recommendations of Indian standard code, and no other software will give such detailed calculations. That's why this is a very apt tool for teaching, and also for say for example, you have to submit your designs, and at some point you will have to give them detailed calculations to the municipal corporations. So this tool helps you to you generate a report which gives very detailed calculations, and all of these is verified by experts of IIT Bombay, IIT Madras, and the developers of the code which we follow. Okay, so features. Now I'll just spend some time with this. So OSDAG has the dependencies of Python, PyQt, OCC, SQLite, etc. That we follow. Our PDF LaTeX, we use PDF LaTeX, PyLaTeX for the LaTeX reports that we generate. The website will give a lot of resources. Our reviewers are from industry and academia both. And we have a lot of modules, but there are a lot of modules which are currently under development also. So this is a bird's eye view of OSDAG. And I'll just show some features one by one. Say for example, these are the current modules. You saw this example, and you see the OCC window being loaded. And in case there is a failed design, OSDAG in the log box will not only tell you that the design has failed, but it will also give a warning info that bolt of larger diameter and or increase the member length. So it will not only give you that, tell you that it has failed, but it will also give you a suggestion that what you can do to pass it. Okay, these are the CAD window. You can generate all of these CADs and then export it to FreeCAD, AutoCAD, and use it for detailing purposes to release these drawings on site. And you can generate reports with your header and footer, and say in case a design has failed, you will still be able to generate a report, and the report will tell you where the design has failed again. Resources for OSDAG. You can look at to osdag.fossee.in, download the latest version. Concluding remarks. So what do we intend to do with OSDAG is expected impact is confidence building in the steel and construction industry, that we want to give this tool to industry because there are not a lot of good professors even at undergraduate level to teach steel structures. So we want to promote this software as a alternative in the structural design labs. We are trying to incorporate it in the part of the syllabus of the undergraduate courses. It will be a replacement of the existing tools which are proprietary, and a lot of say tier 2, tier 3 city colleges may not be able to afford it, and they then rely on the pirated versions of these softwares. And for big firms, it is a good amount of cost saving because a lot of these softwares cost more than $1,000 a year. So OSDAG so far, these are the modules that are available. These are some modules which are under development. In the developer side, what we are doing next is we are moving from PyQt 5 to PySite 6 now because of the licensing issues, and we want to come up with some different types of modules. Web version, we will be actively launching our web version by the end of this year, where you will not have to download anything, but you can just go on the website and do the design. Refactoring and test for better maintainability. A lot of this is required because it's become a very large code base, and say interns are developing it, so a lot of checks are required at each stage of development. Features planned, updating OSDAG with say IS 800, which is the standard that we use, but they released the new standard in April 2025. It's a draft standard which is out for circulation. So we are trying to incorporate that also, so that when the draft standard gets published, we can easily move to the new standards. Modern and a responsive refreshed UI that will move to. we are working actively on a plugin system. So for example, everyone have their own design philosophies in steel structures or structural design. So we are doing design as per a particular philosophy. If you as a user wants to do it, say tweak it in a way or do it as per American codes, a lot of equations may still remain same. So what you can do is you can create your own plugin and attach it to OSDAG, use the database of OSDAG for materials, for members, and for calculations, and tweak it in a way that you can use it for yourself. So we are coming with a very, we have developed a very, say, enhanced plugin policy, and we are developing that currently. We are also going to use OpenC Spy now for analysis of some portions of OSDAG and some other features like we are using advanced optimization technique like PySwarms for design of some modules. We are also developing a lot of documentation with this for the users, for the teachers, professors, especially to teach OSDAG as a part of their curriculum. If you want to get involved as students, say for example, you are a student in second year, third year, you can always apply for internships on for OSDAG or any other project of FOSS. But if you are an external contributor, if you want to get involved, and this is probably last my colleague Ajinkya talked at PyCon India, but if you are an outside external contributor, you can we welcome your contributions also. You can go through OSDAG, and if you feel that some feature, you can recommend some feature to us. These are the guidelines, like you can create a PR, get in touch with us. At this point, maximum what we can give you is a certificate of appreciation or something like that. But later we can still discuss. Like, okay. Thank you. If there are any questions. It is at that stage. The second question you asked, that have you taken it to the industry? So a lot of our training happens with the industry and students, etc.
Expect the take up to look like, and how soon? I mean, I'm just trying to understand. This seems very useful for a lot of applications. What is the friction from industry side? And generally, they would be interested in cutting costs and moving faster. So, what's happening? What do you see happening there?
Yeah, so two parts of the answer. The first one is that our current aim was, because we are part of the larger umbrella of FOSS, that we want to promote its use in educational institutes for research, etc. So the modules that we have developed, apart from, say, connection design, are as per the syllabus of UGC. So a lot of that might not be directly useful to the industry. So so it's partially useful. So that's why that is one friction where it comes up. So we are developing that part. But say, for example, it's large scale use in educational institutes, which is not happening. So for that, now we are going to push, because say right now we are at a stage where we have completed all the modules that are required for the undergraduate course.
a nice presentation. Thank you so much. I am Dr. Shivlil Arlimatti from Varna University right now. I am proud to tell that one of my student from Dr. D.Y. Patel College of Engineering was contributor for this project, and he contributed when he was in third year. And previously, like 3 consecutive years, I have sent my students for IIT internship. And now what is my takeaway from this one is lack of awareness among students as well as academic institutions regarding this internships and what is going on in IIT, such type of internship, this one. So my request is just like, you know, how best you can help us to give best awareness among the students so that they can help you in this one. There is a lot of potential with students. They can contribute too much. And you can expect many things from student community as well as academic institutions.
Thank you. Yeah, we are trying to reach out to as many people as we can now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Parth, Karia, for an amazing talk. Also, guys, we have FOSS booth upstairs. So if you're interested or if you wish to know more, you can reach out to him and the team over on the booth upside. So next up, we have Barun and Swarit. They're going to talk about edge-first security at scale, lessons from orchestrating security across 35,000 POS devices. You guys know that maintaining security for just one device is a lot harder, right? And maintaining security for 35,000 devices is hell of a lot hard. But Barun over here, he's leading and maintaining KubeArmor. He's also an active CNCF ambassador and loves mentoring GSOC and LFX mentorship. And this is probably his 18th, 19th talk. And Swarit over here has developed event-driven systems using RabbitMQ and using Apache Pulsar at large scale. And right now he's SWE at Step Security. They're both, he's into distributed systems, cybersec, infrastructure engineering, and everything, everywhere, all at once. One hacks kernels, one engineers security. Together, they're going to talk about edge-first security at scale. So over on to you, Barun.
Hello, everyone. So, good morning. I planned the talk for good afternoon, but since we still have 20 minutes, 15 minutes left, good morning to all of you. I'm Barun Acharya. We have Swarit with us. We work together at Accunox, working on this specific project. I'll be talking about the project throughout the presentation. So just before that, introducing ourselves. I'm currently working as a software engineer at Audi, orchestrating runtime observability systems. I'm currently a maintainer of KubeArmor. KubeArmor does have a booth on first floor, so if you are interested and if you see insights from the talk and want more things to deep dive into, join us at the booth on the first floor. I'm associated with CNCF and actively talk about cloud native observability security at various conferences. Swarit?
Hey folks, I'm Swarit. Currently I'm working with Step Security. We work with security for CI/CD devices. And I'm also associated with, I was associated with KubeArmor and Accunox, where we work together. And yeah.
So starting with what our problem statement was, we have been working on KubeArmor for a while, and KubeArmor was pretty successful as a CNCF project, getting a lot of adoption. But Accunox as an enterprise platform had to deal with all the users onboarding KubeArmor and provide an enterprise SaaS platform to support that. But it can only scale so much, and natively, because you might have heard that KubeArmor is a cloud native project, but we had a very specific problem statement that we needed to implement security on point of sale devices. And all of you aware of what point of sale devices are? Cool. For those who are not, when you go to Ratnadeep, More, Big Bazaar, D-Mart, all of there you see the cashier point into the flat screen that they have, whatever you are buying. So that entire device is called a point of sale device where you swipe our cards and everything. And they specifically needed security to be implemented. And it was not just general firewall security that someone is trying to do malicious activities there. They actually needed runtime security on the machine so that their sales records and everything is secure on the machine. So that's one of the requirement was that we needed to implement this sandboxing mechanism on the user POS device. But now this was not, as Justin said, it was not just implementing security on one machine. We needed to implement this security and orchestrate this security across 30,000 of those. You will see me change this number from 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 because we started the requirement with a 30,000 device deal, but then at the end, towards the time of completion of the project, we were orchestrating the security on more than 50,000 devices. And just to be more specific on the problem statement, these were not like, even if there's a large fleet of devices, we could not. One simple solution you can say is that let the device do all of the things. But there was a base problem that the device itself was very low powered. We could, like, it had 1 CPU, 2 GB of RAM. Out of that, only, like, we as a security agent could maximum use 100 MB of RAM, and we could not hog CPU at all to do the data analysis and everything on device. So there was an entire need to orchestrate and have a cloud platform, deal a lot of complexities, but there was also the decision that so that the malicious actors don't infiltrate into the systems, there needed to be on-device security present on these devices. Plus added that these devices were not really network, like they did not have constant network connectivity. They could disconnect, connect for hours, they would be offline for days because at the POS center, they don't need really internet to function. They're just scanning items, making payments, all of that can happen offline. They only need payments for a lot of these payments are cash based, so they don't really need internet to do any of this. So that being and one more important factor was that because the security was on device, we could not lead to an event like CrowdStrike. Any of you aware of the CrowdStrike event that happened? Nice. So for those of you who did not know, the entire world, lot of devices went offline, including airports and everything, because CrowdStrike as an agent, which which was a security agent running on Windows, had an update which broke the devices, and everyone was seeing the infamous blue screen of death. So we could not have something like that happen, so that would affect their revenue, that would affect us as a product as well. So that was an important requirement to keep in mind. And what we did here was that we implemented KubeArmor for the on-device security. It had low resource consumption. We were not using more than 30 or 40 MB of RAM. The CPU was in place. All of the decision-making of the security was happening in kernel. So even when a malicious activity did happen, it triggered a kernel event, and all of the decision-making happened in kernel. So there's no overhead or CPU, not a lot of CPU was added in place to add any overhead. Plus, because these were specific application policies, they had their POS application, so they needed very specific policies to be tailor-made for them. So we spent some time engineering those policies so that their device is secure and nothing outside of that can happen there. One metric that I told you earlier was that what if the devices go offline? As I said, they could go offline for days, if not hours. So the entire need for the device to be functional offline, we had to engineer some things around. It generated a lot of telemetry. KubeArmor as an agent generates a lot of telemetry around. You need accesses to, like, what are the external IPs the device is connecting to. If it's not just the platform, their platform, if it's trying to access, say, google.com even, it should not do that. So those kind of telemetry is there, but if the device is going offline or is not connected to the platform, we store the metrics on device, on a disk, and you see that we keep maximum of 10 MB data because the number of records was not a problem. They had a more specific problem that because these were so low resource devices, we could not really choose to do it with metrics, we had hardcore like 10 MB restriction that we set, and this could be configurable for any of others, but that's what we went with. Just to explain some of the case studies that we did, and we blocked some attacks while the POS device was doing a POC if KubeArmor is the right agent or not. One of their sales guy was trying to access sales information on the device, which is not something they should be allowed, but they were trying to access serial numbers or anything. It could be for anything. They might want to store open a competitive store just outside the neighborhood. But this data was malicious, and we, as an agent, blocked this attack then and there. And one more attack was that they were trying to do port scanning inside the device to like scan for other devices in the network, as well as connect to the remote network, which is orchestrating all of these 50,000 devices. So those kind of attacks, because the policy was on device and was happening in kernel, all of this was prevented. But now let's come to the bigger part of the problem statement, and what we are excited to talk about today is that this was implementing the sandboxing on one device. And we had a complete proof of concept that this works, and we actually blocked some attacks. But now the major problem statement, major engineering problem that we faced was that there were 30,000, 40,000 of these. And because there was no orchestrator, there was no Kubernetes to help us ease the things out, all of this, we had to do it ourselves. Pushing the security onto the machines, taking telemetry data, processing them, how to manage all of this life cycle, push device policy updates, all of these things was a big problem that we needed to deal with. And just to give you a scale of data, scale of the problem that we were trying to solve, there was terabytes of data processing that needed to be done per day. And not all of the data was treated to be the same. Some were that, okay, I told the example about network port scanning. An alert for network port scanning is much more prioritized than like someone trying to access google.com. So the prioritization of data, which to reflect, which to process first, all of those were part of the engineering problem that we were trying to solve. And there was one more device that, because these devices were spread out across the US, some on the East Coast, some on the West Coast, not all of them were connected to us all the time. One was like, there was a 4-hour window when we had 50,000 of these devices, but then there were large windows of time where only 10,000 or 5,000 of these devices were connected. So accordingly, optimizing our resource usage on the platform to tailor to this kind of problem statement is what we tried to solve. And let Swarit take over to how did we do that.
So as Barun explained, the scale of problem was pretty huge. We started dealing with 30 to 35,000 devices. And since we needed to, have some mechanism that could help us send all the data from on-device to our backend systems, the first trick we tried was gRPC. So, why gRPC? It's pretty obvious that gRPC is pretty fast. We have protobufs, so we have strong data types. We don't need to, play tricks here. We needed bidirectional streaming. That means that so one thing is that all the security policies we would send. So when someone says that, okay, apply the security policy, all the 30,000 devices should consistently get all those security policies. So the data was streaming bidirectional. We would be getting some alerts and telemetry, and then we would send, the security policies back. HTTP to the, standard stuff. So I guess we found our solution, and
I mean, if that was the only solution, we would have been not giving the talk here.
Yeah.
That would have wrapped the entire case study for us. But there's more to it.
So yeah, you can say this is an ideal solution, right? You have gRPC, you have bidirectional streaming, and almost all the problems are solved. At least that's what we thought. But well, yes, but actually no. So why not? So the biggest problem that we faced was we had to manage a lot of connections manually. We had to set up our custom load balancing, and there was no decoupling between systems. So once we started using gRPC, we had to stick with it. We cannot, like, let's say, move on to some other, let's say, broker or, messaging queue. And the problem of sticky sessions was there. So as I said, devices would go offline. They can come online at any point of time. So we needed like proper async communication between devices and our backend. So and if you would look at the the sort of napkin maths here, we were dealing with around $1,600 plus a lot of engineering cost, like a lot of engineering cost. And that would trump basically the numbers that you would see here because we spent a lot of time there.
Like just to explain why the engineering costs, as I said, these devices were not connected to us all of the time. We had to track each of these devices, how they are connecting to us. And if they are not connecting to us, we needed to track the acknowledgements, how when the device reconnects, how to push all of the data back to the device, if they missed anything, if the device missed anything, how to get all of the data again to us. So all of that involved some engineering effort, and with gRPC, we needed to, I'm pretty sure there would have been solutions there, but it was a lot of engineering efforts for us to build at that time. So that's why we chose to go with something else.
Yeah, so what we chose to go with is what we'll talk about next. And this led to a rabbit hole for us. And no points for guessing, it was RabbitMQ. So we went with RabbitMQ because we had teams that were familiar with how RabbitMQ worked. We had internal libraries that would, we can plug them to use the AMQP topology. And since all of us knew RabbitMQ pretty well, we could experiment pretty fast and iterate. Of course, it would solve the problem of decoupling as well. Let's say we want to move to MQTT tomorrow. We can just swap it off and use our interfaces. So, well, yet again, RabbitMQ, we thought that RabbitMQ would solve most of our problems, but it did not. So we ran into some other issues, and again, the problem were, scale of managing 35,000 devices, prioritizing alerts over observability, a high churn rate of networks, devices are going online, offline, and of course, the amount of data that we were moving from PS devices to our backend was pretty huge. So just to give you a brief overview of the requirements, we asked 128 GB or node, a single node with 2 replicas for high availability. And that would cost us somewhere around $1,200 to $1,400 per month. This was our overall design. So you see a RabbitMQ node there. Just to give you a briefer on RabbitMQ, there are exchanges. You can push the message to exchange, and then the consumers can take it from a queue. So you see this is an POS device, and POS device would send to a direct exchange, and then from direct exchange, we would send it to our backend services. And you see PS devices 1, this would go up to n number, and this system had to scale. So overall, this was the architecture. And there was another problem that was related to network. Every time you spawn a TCP connection, it would require some amount of buffer in kernel to store the state of the connection itself. And each device makes 3 connections. So we again would show you a little bit of maths. It came around 760 KB per connection. That was the amount of memory we needed for 35,000 for a single device. So for 35,000 devices, each making 3 connections, we would require 80 gigabytes. And this is just for 35,000 devices. What if we go to 100K devices, right? So of course, this would also not scale. We cannot vertically scale. We cannot keep vertically scaling the RabbitMQ nodes. So this is where the fun begins, I guess. And the first solution that we looked into was horizontal scaling. Barun?
So we talked about how the 80 GB could increase to 100 GB, 120 GB. But this involved vertically scaling the nodes themselves. And every time you vertically, there's no clear solution to how do you vertically scale. There are solutions to out there, but it's always better if we can horizontally scale a system so that they can go up and down as needed. We also should remember the base problem, like when I talked about the problem statement, is that these devices could scale up from some 5,000 devices to 40,000, 50,000 of those. So there was no always need of this 80 GB of memory that we were saying. It would scale down to 20 GB sometimes and go up to 100 GB when it's the peak hour in those POS areas. So the one of the breakthrough for us was that, because as we showed it to you, the queues exist on the machine, so they cannot be distributed across multiple devices, but the connections can. So that's what we tried to do.
Yeah.
So one of the breakthroughs that we realized was that the connections are independent of the queues themselves in RabbitMQ. So we can have maybe 30 RabbitMQ managing the connections, but the queue can be co-located in just 2 or 3 of those. So this helped us. What we did was that instead of using just one RabbitMQ node of 128 GB, we moved to some 4 GB nodes of 20, and we scaled it up to 20 or 25 replicas. So and if you calculate the 25 replica cost, it roughly comes still down to the $1,200 that we quoted. But because they could go down to 4 nodes when the peak server load was less, it would average out to some $800 a month. And that's what initially helped us scale down our cost for this infrastructure.
Well, we ran into yet again another problem, and yes, it was networking issue. We were talking about network a lot, and the problem still exists, right? We did scale horizontally, but the number of networks are still 3 connections per device, right? So that is still using a lot of memory. So the core problem still exists. So what we came up with, we were just brainstorming on how we can reduce this number. And we found out that RabbitMQ has something known as channels, and we can actually multiplex. So what we were doing is that a single channel was making, if you can go one slide back. Yeah, so if you see here, right, this is what we were doing. A single TCP connection would spawn a single connection to channel to, so there was like 1-to-1. There was no basically multiplexing. There was like 1-to-1 connection making. So a single TCP connection would attach to a single channel, and then we would, transfer the data from there. So this was without, and this is with. So a single channel can be made for multiple TCP connections, and this reduced our memory requirements by a huge margin. So we from 3 connections we are down to a single connection per PS device, and that basically dropped us from 80 GB to around 30 GB of memory requirement. And from 20 nodes that we were saying, we were down to 5 nodes. So
and this is 5 nodes in the peak hour, not the we already talked about how it can drop to 5 nodes if needed because of the low connections during off hours. But at this point, we were operating the entire infrastructure with 5 nodes at the peak hour itself. So on low hours, it was down to 2 or 3 nodes as needed.
So since we got the basics or like the fundamentals right, we were directly able to impact the amount of money we were spending on infra. And that basically got reduced from around $2,000 to around $400 per month. And I guess you have to not buy more RAM, you have to read more documentation.
So yeah, what were their takeaways? We got the deal, we got our money to implement all of this. Initially, when we were trying to quote that $2,000 a month, our tech lead told us that this is more than what they are going to pay us, and we would have been in negative just because of the infrastructure costs out there. So that entirely provoked us to operate and go down the rabbit hole to figure out how RabbitMQ works. And the actual takeaways was not money, but what all the learnings that we had was we could implement offline security, we could handle scale with horizontally scalable architecture, and the key to it was that we kept experimenting, and all of the experiment works. The final nail to that was that we broke the production 2 or 3 times in that span of 2 months, and that helped us get scolding and figure out how to solve it in a better way. So yeah, that's us. huge credits to the Equinox team for helping us find such a problem statement and letting us implement that. A quick shout out to Rudraksh, who worked on this with us. Unfortunately, he could not be here today. And again, a huge thanks to RabbitMQ team. We were pinging them on Discord. They had webinars, which helped us figure out a lot of things. So, yeah, thank you. Any questions?
Thank you.
So the basic architecture here is not that we are discovering vulnerabilities. We do have some pattern matching which we do execute to recognize something, but all of this is deterministic in nature. We actually profile what your application is supposed to do and create a policy that, okay, so the sage data was in var log something something, and no device outside of the POS application, the JavaScript binary that was running, should be able to access it. So anything outside, even if you executed cat on that on that directory, it would be flagged as this is not defined in the rule set, so it will be denied then and there. So that application like still keeps working because the set syscall path for accessing that directory is different, and someone trying to access it in a different way will always be flagged and not allowed at all. So that's how we work with the, and we worked weeks to figure out what their application is doing. So we generate the telemetry data to understand what kind of file accesses, process execution, syscalls, capabilities, and all based on all 4 of these, we create a tailored down policy which would then like not allow anything else.
Any more questions?
Cool. That's all then. Thank you, folks.
Thank you,
Do
folks.
check us out on the CubeArmor booth on the first floor. And if you want to reach out to us, we will be available throughout the conference for anything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barun and Swarit. Next up, we have Iyengar to take up the stage. So interestingly, my first ever talk joining FOSS, FOSS United was Ram's talk back like 2 years back. That's when I had no clue about what FOSS is, and I still thought pushing code to GitHub was open source and I'm an open source dev. But it's not. But this experience is greater than my age, and I bet my coffee that Ram is going to kill this session. He's going to talk about DCOs, CLAs, and other TLAs, things you need to know as a open source contributor. So over on to you, Ram.
Yeah. Check. Okay. Slides, yes. Lots of slides. Okay. You don't expect conferences to generally run early, and so in true programmer fashion, I'm very late getting my slides ready. I was really hoping for that last 15 minutes worth of productivity, but looks like that's not going to happen. But just give me a couple of minutes to sort out display issues and all that, and we'll just get started. Okay. Okay, I'll do my best.
You won't have pillars as well, so we can help you on that front.
Okay, so let's get started. Thank you very much, Justin, for a very pleasant introduction. My name is Ram. I work on open source full-time, which means that I get a lot of free stickers and a lot of free t-shirts, more than what I know what to do with. But also it exposes me to a lot of interesting problems. I started off as a programmer. I was solving a lot of technology problems like all good programmers do. And then as I started to become more experienced as a programmer and do a lot more programming, I started to realize that the technology world has a lot more human problems that need solving, as opposed to the human community having just technology problems that need to get solved. So that put me down an interesting path of exploring open source, and right now I do it full time. I try to make the best I can. On weekends I read license agreements, not the most glamorous thing to do, but you know, it's something that I've come to do a lot and something that I've come to enjoy. So if you want to chat about open source licensing, AI licensing, which is like the new big thing, and if you want to figure out anything about the legal aspects of open source, I can either help you directly, or at least I'll know whom I can point you out to. So today I have 3 sort of important stories to share in the context of the talk. And let me preface the talk with how a lot of open source projects actually began. So you might have started an open source project, you might be a contributor, but in essence, a lot of these stories begin with a single programmer who was having some problem that they wanted to solve, and then they set out, doing what they do best, which is writing some code in order to solve that particular problem and in order to push that technical solution forward. And then in the course of finding out more and discovering a little bit more and trying to solve this problem, they get help from a few others. So they find some other like-minded folks, either in person or through online forums, things like that, and then they get a little help. And then oftentimes all of these projects snowball into something slightly larger. Lot more people come in, start contributing, start working on these solutions, add different angles and different perspectives to the solution that's being built. And eventually, what they started off with either fizzles out, or it becomes an interesting project that has a shared sense of not just solving something, but also like a shared sense of ownership. Now that you have like 4 people who've contributed time and effort and ideas and other things to the code, who actually owns that piece of code? So that's where a lot of software projects start to become more complicated. So it's kind of like this old Facebook thing that I saw. Life for me was very simple in 2029. The drop down was single, married, and then Facebook introduced this thing called it's complicated. I am that old, but so for a lot of open source projects, the status should be it's complicated, if ever there was one. And there aren't really very many exceptions. Okay, so the problem starts to come up not when you're contributing and having a happy time, but what if your project gets picked up in the enterprise, and then there's companies that will actually do some scrutiny about whether adopting an open source project is viable for their long-term continuity and things like that. And what if the project doesn't get supported, for example, and what if there aren't a sustainable number of contributions that are coming in? So there's a lot of questions that larger enterprises have to ask of an open source project. This is not to sort of demean any project or assign a quality value or a quantitative measure of whether a project is good or bad or great or ugly, but it's more about ensuring that the CTO doesn't get fired next Monday. All right. So once that starts to happen is when people start to actually worry about who assumes liability, or who is responsible for what has been contributed, and who basically answers to any question about the veracity of the components that they have contributed and things like that. Do you decide with a handshake? Do you fall back on some unknown deities to protect you when somebody comes and holds your neck for being viable or being liable for some vulnerabilities that you happen to introduce and things like that? So that's what the core of this talk is going to be. And when I proposed this talk a few times in a few conferences and things like that, it never got accepted. So I'm very thankful to the FOSS United team for accepting the talk and giving me the stage at this event. But also, there was like unanimous approval for this talk. For those who are not familiar, TLA stands for 3-letter acronyms, and we're going to see a lot of them today. Sometimes it's hard to remember a lot of them, but sometimes it helps you remember some of these things easily. So hopefully it's easy. So I'll preface with this. All the stuff that you're going to hear about today are actually true and verifiable facts. You can find all of the information on the internet. If you're bored of listening to a talk and you'd rather read about it, just ask Perplexity or something like that, and it will give you the deal. But like I was saying, I was very happy this talk got accepted. Unanimous approvals. Like I said, everybody was happy. I guess in terms of who were in the selection committee. But there was also something very unanimous about it. Every single comment from the reviewer said this talk is going to be boring. This one says some of these things can be boring but can be useful. Second reviewer also thought this was boring. Third reviewer thought that this sounds more like PSA, which is just another 3-letter acronym that means boring. And fourth reviewer also said boring. So again, mind you, this is all like blind reviews that one reviewer cannot see another reviewer's comments. And I'm so happy and proud that I was able to evoke the same feelings in all 4 people who gave a blind review of the talk. So thank you, FOSS United review team. I thought I shouldn't get to like the first slide of my talk without showcasing this. Also a true story, by the way. So let's get to the meat of it. Okay. Have people heard of the term DCO? Yes, no, maybe? Show of hands. Yeah, I know we're getting close to lunchtime, but let's put some energy into it. How many open source contributors here? Like you've written a line of code that you've committed somewhere. Okay, good, fair bit. So this will hopefully still be relevant for some of you. So DCO, for the uninitiated, stands for Developer Certificate of Origin. So it's a lot of words, but it I think fairly clearly communicates what it sets out to say. So a lot of the people that are submitting code are programmers, right? And to an open source project. And then each programmer, as they contribute through a commit, right? So you all commit your code to an open source repo. That's how you become a contributor, right? So as you commit your code to a repo, there's a way in which you can sign your commit. And then that is an affirmation that, okay, this person has actually contributed this source code and they agree that they've contributed it. So the origin story for this is, like we were discussing before, what if somebody finds something wrong or flawed in what they were using that was open source, and who do they ask about it? So they'll go through commit messages typically, and then they'll see whoever is responsible for having made that commit, and I don't know, get some lawyers to speak to you or something scary like that, right? So, but anyhow, the DCO is basically a tool that helps individual programmers affirm that they've contributed that particular segment of the open source code base to the overall tool. And so it helps people identify, who they can speak to. There's a story about Elastic, and I'm sure like people have heard about the tool called Elastic. Yes, no, maybe, yeah, okay. So Elastic happened to switch licenses, like everybody was happy with Elastic. So the popular Elastic tools were Elasticsearch and Kibana, and stuff that helped you monitor your logs, blah, 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 whatever. A very popular open source tool built on hundreds and thousands of open source contributions. And after a particular time, I think sometime in 2020, so like COVID time, as if the world was not struggling enough, they decided to switch their license from an open source license to what they call the server-side license, and that became an Elastic license version 2 or something like that. So basically, it allowed them to relicense all of the code that they had, and the whole developer community became upset. They said that, hey, we all together created this tool for you. Now it's not fair that you take all of that away from us and relicense it. It's not legal, it's not moral, etc. But what people fail to ignore is, as a community, they thought they had a rock solid argument, and they were protected by the goodness of open source and all of the good work that they're doing and things like that. But what they failed to recognize was that they all signed what is known as a CLA when they start to contribute. So here, have people here signed a CLA? Yes, no? Yeah, so some of you have. So the CLA basically absolves you of certain rights, and it provides Elastic or the community that's getting all of the contributions to get certain rights. And it's in very small print. It's probably hard for you to read, but not that you're interested in reading all of that anyway. So I'm not bothered if you can't see it, but basically it has certain terms there. Like irrevocable and relicensable and then sub-licensable and things like that. So basically, when you started to contribute to Elastic, you basically signed an agreement, which you didn't read obviously, that said that Elastic is allowed to do whatever the heck it wants with this code. I agree that I am the person that is contributing this, but I also allow them to do whatever they want to do with it. And so after they actually did what they wanted to do with it, we were all up in the air about, oh, they're violating the terms of our freedom, and how can this happen, and this has to be in open source in perpetuity, and that's what we assumed when we contributed to Elastic. No, I mean, no one cares about all of that, because you actually signed an agreement that says Elastic is allowed to do what it wants with it. So that brings me to the second part of this talk, which is the CLA. And the CLA stands, before we go to CLA, in a developer conference, whenever I'm talking about CLAs, nobody likes it, nobody's heard about it. But when you talk about CLIs, that's what people know, that's what people recognize, and that's what people want to hear. But I'll tell you that CLAs are equally, if not more important than the CLI. CLA stands for Contributor Licensing Agreement. Again, very straightforward in terms of what the meaning is. And contributor licensing agreement basically says, anybody who's putting in a contribution effectively agrees to allow this community to do whatever the heck it wants to do with that piece of code. So in this regard, I'd like to highlight a few other CLAs. Now, I've not copy pasted them because they're all like documents and they're not very pretty. But if you look at what the Cloud Native Computing Foundation does, for example, they have a clause in their CLA that says, in perpetuity, this code base that you're contributing to will be in the open source and in the public domain. Not a lot of tools do that. Our programmers here used to using Golang? Yes? Do you know that Golang is open source? Yes, no? Yeah. So have you contributed back to Golang at all? Anyone? No. So when you go and contribute to Golang, you basically sign a CLA with Google, right? Big evil corporation, right? But shit, this is recorded. Hopefully they'll be sponsors next year. Yeah, live stream too. Yeah. So I'm never getting hired at Google. So Google has you sign a CLA that basically says, here's what your contributions are. You saw that clause. I mean, obviously you didn't see it, but you know the clause that, you know, in perpetuity, you provide universal rights for us to be able to relicense and sublicense all of the contributions that you make for Go, basically. So any day in future, if Google decides to make Go not open and accepting contributions, there's nothing that the contributing community can actually do about it. So these are very different CLAs that are hosted by very different organizations for obvious purposes, right? So one is a capitalistic organization that's in the business of making money out of selling software. And the other one is, I mean, not quite a capitalistic organization in the same sense, but also like the Linux Foundation aims to be a steward for open source projects and build open source communities and maintain the open source nature of all of the software that they govern. So they have very different, and that allows them to build very different CLAs. And you can check the CLAs for many different tools and software that use it. Python has a very distinct CLA. The SQLite community, people here users of SQLite, yes, no? Good chunk. It's an open source tool. You're aware of that? Yes, no? Yeah. So SQLite is open source. It's a nice, nifty, tiny database that you can use in a lot of different ways. And SQLite carries the same kind of CLA that Google uses for Golang, which is that you contribute to SQLite, but they're allowed to relicense it at any point in time. So the relicensing story has like many angles to it. So if you just want to finish out the Elastic story, Elastic was then forked, or rather Elasticsearch was then forked into a project known as OpenSearch. OpenSearch is now a project within the Linux Foundation, so it's bound by the same kind of open CLAs and other things. And you can see a bunch of other different tools that have gone down the same route. So these tend to complicate things. You, as a developer, as a programmer, you want to write open source. You like the altruist aspect of it. You want to contribute code to a code base that will in perpetuity be open and be available for other people to basically consume, right? So speaking of CLAs, TLAs, I wanted to put a TLA flavor to this whole talk, okay? And what best to do it in terms of KGF in Bangalore. And let's see how far we can get with this. So the first thing I wanted to showcase is, irrespective of whether you go the DCO route or the CLA route, what is expected of you as an individual while you contribute is that you sign off on your commits. And then here, it takes an interesting path, which is that, do you want your contributors to sign off on every single commit that they make, or do you want your contributors to sign off on a one-time thing that you can maintain, and then after that the contributor just continues to maintain that signature? The other thing is, do you sign in the capacity of an individual who's making a contribution in an individual capacity, or is it a case of an organization that does a lot of open source work and does not object to you contributing to other open source code bases that can potentially be used by similar companies, other quote-unquote competitors and things like that? So there's a lot of nuance that comes into this notion of committing, but that's the second step. But the first step that you have to remember is you sign off on every commit that you make. So basically you pick up an issue, write some code, you go check it back in, and then while you check it back in, you make a commit. So it can look as simple as adding that S flag. So if you can see there's an S flag. And so that will allow you to add a signature to a Git or Git-based commit, whatever, irrespective of what Git-based version control you're using. And then it will add this information to the commit that you made. So it will just say signed off by some person with some email ID, which you create outside of the scope of this. Now this is sort of the CLA tool that the Linux Foundation uses. Again, pardon me for harping back to the LF time and again. I work there, and so I have inside access to a lot of these tools and processes, so it's easier for me to use that. So if you really squint, or if you look for Linux Foundation CLA, easy CLA on your devices, it will show you that who do you want to sign as, and how do you want to sign as, and as a project, how do you add something, etc. So basically, the KGF version is, that signature that comes in the first 5 minutes. But the idea is you make sure, or you ensure that there is some sort of signature that gets exchanged as soon as you create a project and you allow people to commit code into it. This is an example that I found from some time ago, but basically, the people who are getting the contributions require a DCO to be made available, and this contribution, despite passing all of the checks and not having conflicts, does not have a DCO on file and therefore will not be merged. So you can create these workflows in popular tools like GitHub and GitLab and whatever other tools you tend to use. This is an example. This is actually the email that Linus Torvalds first sent out, I think in 2004. Yeah, and he said, so there is a story here. I'll get to that flashback in a little bit. But there's a company that was called SEO. They don't exist anymore for good reason. But SEO basically had a problem in terms of some code inside Linux and some of the internals. And so they created a lot of ruckus. And that's what sort of got people started on this path of, okay, let's get people to sign something. And this is the first email that was sent. And you can look it up. Just look for Linus and DCO and email, and it'll bring up something in some obscure Linux newsletter website. But these are basically the 3 clauses that he wanted. So he wanted to people to agree that by making a contribution, they are in fact agreeing that they made the contribution. They agree that this work is not based on any other copyrighted work that will get infringed. And finally, either I am the person that is making the contribution directly, or I know the person that's made the contribution. And so therefore, indirectly, I sign off on this. So it's basically 3 very simple clauses that the original DCO had. The DCO has been revised. It has 2, makes it easier. But that's the general idea with which people approach it. And the reason this came up, and I wanted to sort of emphasize on why this came up, is because as maintainers, life is hard. Anybody who's maintained engineering projects inside companies know it's hard. Anybody who's maintained projects in the open source domain know that it's excruciatingly painful to manage like groups and reams of developers who just check in stuff from time to time. And so a lot of times bad code can come in. Code might slip through the cracks in terms of you trying to maintain things. And then your CLA or your DCO, whatever it is, as far as possible, don't try to create projects that don't require these. Have either one of these. Either have the very simple DCO or have a CLA, or just put the contents of the DCO in a CLA. And I'll tell you why in just a bit. And obviously, there's a lot of like bigger companies that want this kind of scrutiny or want to try to. They're not going to try to screw you up necessarily. I'm not an anarchist in any means. But it's just that a lot of this falls into the realm of how you manage risk at bigger companies and how you manage the adoption of open source projects inside these companies without having to go through the legal toil in a lot of ways. Okay, and whenever developers individually look at CLAs, they're just like, this is really stupid. I don't understand why I have to sign something and things like that. The idea is not just that the main project itself gets protection when it needs it, but it's also to make sure that you contributed not with the intention of trying to do anything spurious within the project itself, and just trying to help push open source forward. So it goes both ways. And so I come to the final and the third story of this whole thing, which is that SEO, the name of the organization doesn't matter. I just wanted it to be a 3-letter acronym, I guess. But SEO is a company, and they were very famous and notorious for filing a claim in the year 2003. And they happened to find, so the person who owned SEO happened to acquire the rights for Unix everybody's familiar with Unix, right? And then what they found after examining certain things in Linux is that they found that there's a little bit of overlap between Unix code and Linux code. Could happen anytime, right? And so this guy thought he's really found a gold mine, and he's just going to sue every Linux user and every company that's selling Linux and trying to brand Linux. And so he went after 5 companies at one point. And so the idea, so they made some outrageous claims. How many people here use a Linux machine at work, at home? So they wanted people to pay in 2004 $1,400 per Linux installation. So that would have made them really rich just in this room, not to imagine the rest of the world, right? So that was their idea, basically. They said that we own Unix, and there's a bit of Unix inside some of these Linux stuff that you're using, and therefore just pay us $1,400 and we'll be very happy. And they didn't stop there. They went after IBM, another 3-letter acronym, very convenient for me and the story. So they went after IBM. IBM at that time was doing a few $1 billion in market capital. SEO was hardly a few $1 million in market capital. So it was a very interesting time to see where this would go. In terms of just the timeline, this ran from like 2003 to 2011, which was about 8 long years of legal battles and a lot of money spent in it made a lot of lawyers rich. Let's do with that. But before we get in there, I spoke about 5 companies, and I'll make this easy for you to remember. IBM, Red Hat. This is red coat, but just make I'm sure he has a red hat. Then Novell, which back then had the rights to Unix, and then there's this company called AutoZone, very popular Linux users, and they backed the claim for Linux to stay free. And then Daimler Chrysler, which the auto company. So I don't know how a couple of auto companies got there, but they did, I guess. And so SEO went after all of these 5 companies. This is kind of a misnomer in terms of a meme, because these companies won and SEO lost that. But I think it's easy to remember that they went after these companies. It spanned almost 8 years. In 2004, SEO filed a case for $1 billion in copyright infringement. A few months later, they increased it to $3 billion, and the next year they revised their claim to $5 billion against IBM. And then subsequently, in 2008, Novell was granted rights to use it. In 2007, they lost the case against IBM. 2008, they lost the case against Novell. In 2009, their appeal was turned down for obvious reasons. You can't do this kind of work, obviously. And then finally, in 2011, a court granted perpetual license for Novell to be able to use Linux, and the rest of the Linux community to just be able to use Linux for free. So, which brings us to the question that, again, all of this exists to protect contributors and protect contributions and protect these projects. And so which one do you choose, DCO or CLA? Again, like I said, DCOs are something that you have to sign once every time. It boils down to developer experience for a lot of projects. But also, there's no single right way to do this. There's just evidence of a company that switched from DCOs to CLAs a few years ago. And earlier this year, the Spring community switched from CLAs to DCOs. So people are starting in one place, switching back and forth. There's really no one right way to do this or one wrong way to do any of this. But I think it's very interesting and important that how your project can make use of this. It's important that you as individual contributors and users understand what this is. And if you're in the business of creating and maintaining open source projects, I think it's important that you have some of this in order to protect the rights of the contributors and the maintainers and the project itself. It's kind of like these cholesterol things that they say, right? One is good, one is bad. I can't remember which is which. I'm sure I have a blog and I'll have to get it out in about 10 years' time. But again, 3-letter acronyms that don't help you at all. But if you're interested in learning a little more about this in terms of business continuity and things like that, the FOSS Foundation, which is a Linux Foundation subgroup, has a lot of information about these things and why it's important and how it impacts business continuity in larger and regulated companies, for example. And finally, now that a lot of us are not writing code and someone else is doing it for us, where does it, position us? The best way to get invited to speak at conferences is to include some AI stuff in the talk or in the title or in the abstract. I got here despite doing that, but also because I'm out of time, we'll save this for next year. Hopefully, I'll be here on stage next year as well to talk about how AI impacts all of your licensing stuff. But thank you so much for being a very patient audience and listening to what is obviously and evidently a very boring talk. But I think I'll stop here before a lot of people start yawning, and I'm happy to take questions for the next 5 minutes or so. Thank you so much, though. Any questions, guys? Yeah, quite likely.
Anyways, thanks a lot for giving an amazing session on TLAs now. Interestingly, Ram is also a TLA, right? I mean, not an acronym, but three-letter word. So right now we'll break for lunch. Just a reminder, guys, that we have booths outside the auditorium. We have hardware booths on your left. Just so you exit, you have hardware booths. And then we have community booths, 60 plus community booths on the top. We have sponsor booths on the front. So if you're interested in the talk right after lunch, please be punctual. We are very ruthless with time, so please be punctual and be right back at 2 p.m. Just have good lunch. Don't have too good lunch that you sleep, but yeah, have good lunch. And be back by 2 p.m.
Thanks, Justin, for the introduction. Good afternoon. Okay, no need to ask that you had lunch. It was very nice. Okay, so I think you have gone through with different talks. Everybody was talking their stories, how they went through some problem, how they resolve using the open source. Here we are not going to talk about anything that we have evolved. Here we are going to talk about how in Mercedes we are making sure that FOSS compliance is taken care, or I would say in other way that how each and every person who is contributing to open source, they are getting justified, they are getting the contribution back. So these are the agenda which we are going to talk. Okay, so the role of FOSS in automotive industries, and also how supply chain works in automotive industries. It's not only automotive industry, but also in other supply chain area. We are also going to talk about leadership, what our leader talks, being from CEO to CSO. And also we are going to talk about our FOSS manifesto, which is given by our board of member from MBAG headquarter. And then we will talk about the strategy, how we are taking care of the FOSS compliance activities. Okay, so I will just start with that. So if we'll talk about FOSS in automotive industries, so these are not only the area, but the biggest area where FOSS is getting consumed heavily. If you talk about infotainment system, if you talk about our telematics or ADAS, wherever you just name it, the FOSS uses is heavily being used or consumed by any open source, the OEM automotive industries. If you'll talk about the consumption, so last S-Class which Mercedes released in 2020, which was having 1,000 plus FOSS component. If you compare our last E-Class, which was launched in 2024, is having 3 times higher open source consumption. If you talk about our recent CLA, which is about to launch, is having more than 4,000 plus FOSS component. And these components are not part of one area. It's coming from these different areas, whether it's infotainment, ADAS, or whatever listed over there. What our leaders talks about, I will show. Sound. Audio checks well. This side, yeah, this side. Still it's not coming.
Ist schon Standard. Wir nutzen das in sehr vielen Applikationen bei Mercedes-Benz. Aber man muss das auch sehen als ein bisschen als eine Community. Wenn es free ist, dann muss man auch.
Message is what is there that it's the already standard software available in open source world, and we are using in each and every product, whether it's a vehicle backend or in vehicle or its apps. Everywhere we are consuming. If you will see our CSO, which is Magnus Osterberg, he's also talking about the key of FOSS, which we use in each and every project. So it's a key component as which we are using in our each and every product. So if you'll talk about the FOSS manifesto, right? So these are FOSS manifesto which is given by our headquarter, which is part in 2. One is the company principle, one is the employee principle. The company principle is nothing but that we have to always prefer FOSS. We have to act like a good FOSS citizen. So that is what given by the company, which we have to add here. And also we have to make sure that we are actively participating in the open source contribution or anywhere. If we'll talk about the employee principle is just we have to always prefer FOSS. So for example, if there is any solution you are looking for, don't always look for the commercial licensed software. You just search if there is any open source uses available and whether we can use that or not. Always act like a good FOSS citizen. That is also our employee principle. And I can proudly say that this manifesto is also adopted by few of the prestigious organizations, which is listed over there, whether it's a Siemens or it's a Continental. They have not 100% adopted, but they have derived from our manifesto, and then they are using for their manifesto as well. So now coming to the next part. So even though we have a message from our headquarter or our top most directors, and also they have given FOSS manifesto for employee, for company as well. To sustain on this, we should also have some kind of policies and process in our organization. I'm not saying that we are not having that, we are having, and over the time we have evolved based on the different standards, guidelines provided by the open source communities, right? So now we are going to talk about how we have evolved and now how we are dealing with the open source uses in our product and how we are making sure that we are FOSS compliant. And Raghav will talk about this on more.
Thank you, Amit. So as we have started with FOSS manifesto and also the clear vision, so it sets the standards for our commitment to the openness, responsibility, and also trust in the open source. But beyond the FOSS manifesto and our core principles, so we have aligned our practices with the open chain ISO standard. So how many of you are aware about the open chain? Just you can raise your hands. Okay, so basically open chain is ISO standard for the open source compliance, and it defines the key requirements that each and every open source compliance program should satisfy. So as you can see from here, the slides, so these are the key compliance areas the open chain ISO standards includes. The first one is about the program foundation and the roles and responsibilities and how the open source compliance program should look like and how we can create a open source compliance artifacts and also delivery to the end customer. And also this is about a compliance part, and also it talks about the community engagement. So as an organization, how we can create and contribute to the open source projects. So these are the key compliance areas, so that is defined by the open chain. So from Mercedes-Benz, so we have started evaluating the requirements, and we have started this certification journey in 2023, and we have identified and addressed all the key areas of improvements. And as you can see, so these are the areas we have successfully enhanced. So the first one is about the compliance audit workflow. So as you can heard from the Amit talk, so we are using a lot of open source components in our vehicles. So in order to fulfill the license obligation, so we should have a proper compliance process because if there might be some issue if we are not able to fulfill the license obligations. So even though we have a compliance audit process from the organization policies, but still we have redefined our process as per the open chain ISO standard. So if you look into the open chain ISO standard, the compliance program, there are 10 key steps are involved. It explains how the in-house developed software can be audited, and we have to disclose that open source information to the end customer. And also we have defined the internal roles and responsibilities, and also how the open source components, artifacts can be created and that will be delivered to the end customer. And also the last one is about open source community engagements. So once all the requirements are met and we have received official approval from our compliance and legal team, so finally we have submitted to the open chain ISO certification through the self certification. So as you can see from the screenshot, so the MBIDI as a legal entity, it's listed as an open chain ISO conformant from the open chain community. And so it demonstrates the commitment to the open source in the software supply chain. Yeah. So as you understood, we are using a lot of open source components in our products, but how we are managing the open source in our ecosystem. So just like what we will try to explain in a nutshell how our compliance process looks like. The first one is about the development. So just we can categorize into two parts. The first one is about in-house development, means whatever the software we are developing internally within the Mercedes-Benz. So that is a proprietary software. So first we will support the project team to integrate the scanning tools into their part of the CI/CD pipeline. So whenever they run the pipeline, as a post step, they will be running the black tux or some any other tools also as a part of their CI/CD. So there we can able to see all the open source components, whatever they have used as a part of their code base. And even we have configured the policy rules, and it will show what license are allowed, denied as a part of our organization policy. And once everything is fine, then they will create a final notice file. So this is a same applicable for the supplier use case. As a OEM, we have a many supplier as a part of the software development, and also it can extend to the tier 1 and tier 2 suppliers also. So whatever the software or the firmware we are receiving from our supplier, so they have to fulfill all the license obligations, whatever the software they are delivering to us. So that's why we will make sure from both perspective, like whatever the software which is developed in-house and whatever the software we are receiving in a binary prompt from the supplier, so we have to make sure all the license obligations are fulfilled. So once, in order to fulfill the license obligations, finally we have to publish that information to our end customer, like the owners of the vehicles. So that's why we have 3 different ways of the FOSS publication. The first one is it's available as of now. So it's about the mini CD. So that will be a part of the owner's manual inside the glow box, and where customer can able to see all the open source information, whatever is included as a part of the the control in it. And the second one is about a FOSS website where customer can enter the VIN number. So that is called a vehicle identification number. So there will be a PDF document, as you can see. It explains about all the open source components are included in the different control units of the vehicle. And as we know that the FOSS CD is a very old school fashion, so that's why we have come up with a digital solution called License Information App. So that will be a part of the infotainment system inside the vehicle. So where customer can able to see all the information with respect to the ECUs and also the apps, whatever the open source components are included. Yeah. So beyond complaints, how we are supporting the open source communities, because if, when we are using a lot of open source components, we have to give back to the community. So in order to act as a good open source citizen, so that's why we are supporting the different communities through the membership, sponsorship, and also we are creating and contributing the open source projects. And we have a membership with the Eclipse Foundation and the Eclipse Foundation and also the Linux Foundation, and also we are sponsoring a different projects from the GitHub platform. So as we have a vision of the invest in the software, so that powers you the world. So this is the slogan what we have with respect to the GitHub sponsoring. And as you can see from the screenshot, so there were around 59 projects we have sponsors from the Mercedes-Benz. So currently there are 33 projects. So just we have highlighted some of the open source projects like Selenium, the OpenSSL, and so there are some projects as you can see from here. And the last thing is about the create and contribution. So there are 2 different aspects. So whatever the projects we are creating from the scratch, so that will come under FOSS create, and whatever the projects which is already available in the open source communities, so just we are contributing. So that is comes under FOSS contribute. So as you can see here, there are 175 repositories, which is a part of Mercedes-Benz open source platform. So it is a combination of create and contribute and also some of the repositories which might be forked. So but as you can see, there are 175 repositories as a part of Mercedes-Benz platform. And some of the projects, as you can see here, we have highlighted like a DNA and also the SecUp, and also there are some projects like ODX tools. But if you want to have more information about whatever the projects is published from the Mercedes-Benz, so we have provided the link, or just you can Google it, Mercedes-Benz GitHub platform. So there you can able to see all the projects which is created and also contributed by the Mercedes-Benz. Yeah. So this is all about whatever the manifesto or the compliance process, and how we are publishing the FOSS information, and how we are supporting the community with respect to create and contribute. So this is from our talk, but if you have any questions, maybe we can discuss. Yeah.
Any question, people?
Okay, then fine. If there are no questions, so thank you all. Yeah.
So our next speaker, Badri, is over here. So he's going to talk about don't underestimating the power of Dumbphone and introduction to the KaiOS ecosystem. This is one of the most interesting talks that I wanted to personally listen to, just because, you know, the interesting tagline of it. But Badri over here is deeply into reading. He's also really good at writing as well. And while he does not read and write, he also codes. What does he code? He builds applications for Dumbphones in the KaiOS ecosystem. So he is here to discuss about how easy it is to build KaiOS apps, and at the same time how hard it is to build KaiOS applications.
What am I supposed to do?
So hopefully y'all are ready to be plugged in with your chargers. Badri, will you overcharge them with electricity, or are you gonna overcharge them with Dumbphones?
Dumbphones, of course.
Yeah, perfect, amazing.
First of all, I have a dumb laptop, so I'm just going to get this working.
Okay, we'll get that started. You can start. We have VGA, right?
Yeah.
We'll try.
No, I'll wait for the slides.
We need the slides to speak.
Kind of, yeah.
Slides changer. You want the slide changer?
I don't think that'll work, so it's fine. Sorry. Nope. Shall I transfer the slides or something?
Yeah, you have to do that. Harsh can take care of that while I entertain the audience a bit.
Oh, wait. Power. No, there's a power cable, so maybe this should work.
It works.
Oh, yes.
Perfect.
Cool. Okay, cool. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, so as I had a slightly dumb laptop, so it took a while to get connected. But anyway, I'm Badri, and as mentioned, I'm a writer, illustrator, and a freelance developer. The developer part is going to be more relevant here, I guess. But I'm like interested in a lot of things. I work a lot with XMPP, which is a standards-based messaging protocol. So I'm part of the Prav community and also part of Durare, which is an XMPP host, and like in the XMPP Standards Foundation. And I developed a new app called Convo, which I will show you a bit of in the course of this talk. My first experience with hacking was I was dropped into the deep end by having to set up a dial-up connection with some weird modem stuff and all on Linux. So that's my background, and because of that, I know a bit about how it is to have be working on not the latest device. So maybe a slightly older internet connection, or not the latest browser, or like a slightly slower computer. And my focus has always been on graceful degradation. Even if the full features of something don't work, how do we at least still make some of it work? You'll find me online as Badri Hippo. Offline, sometimes people forget my name, so they just call me the guy with the flip phone. And since I've been talking about this a lot, I don't know if you can see this, but this is the phone. When people see the phone, they sometimes think I'm anti-technology. Obviously, like, since I'm here, you can probably guess that that's not true. But I do try not to like just blindly buy the latest technology just because it's available, but rather try and choose the technology that serves my needs. So I have this ThinkPad X230 tablet. So it has like a stylus and stuff so that I can draw. And because of that, I'm putting up with the lack of an HDMI cable and taking a few minutes extra maybe to get started on showing slides. And then I have an e-ink tablet, and I'm showing electric kettles here also just to highlight that technology doesn't always have to be digital. This electric kettle has like a cool mechanism where there's like a thing called there's like a bimetallic strip, so when it reaches a certain temperature, it suddenly sort of folds, and that triggers the switch. And it heats water and turns off automatically, and I don't think you can get much more out of it by making it smart by connecting it to the internet and adding a touchscreen or anything. Okay, maybe there is a little bit that you can do. Now coming to my phone, when people see my phone, first there are usually 3 reactions, and I'm going to ask you to raise your hands if you think you'll fall into like that category of reaction. So the first reaction is people just see like a phone with buttons and they immediately want to play Snake on it. Anyone feel like playing Snake or remember playing Snake on their phones? Okay, I see quite a few people here. The Snake app game has changed a bit, so it looked very different when I remember it on like phones of 10 years ago. The second reaction is they have a lot of questions. They're like, how do you pay people? How do you order food? How do you function in a society? Okay, I see a lot of hands here also, but not so much more compared to the Snake ones, so that's interesting. I'll ask you to ask questions in a bit. The next reaction is, I wish I could do that too, and also have a dumb phone. Oh, there's quite a few hands here as well. Wow, that's a lot. Okay, is there anyone here who already has a dumb phone? And by dumb, I mean, for the purpose of this question, anything with buttons? Okay, I see 1 hand, 2. Cool. Okay, so there are a few people who are like, cool, here's mine. Now, before we get to questions of how I manage, I'm going to do a quick tour of the phone, and I was hoping to do a live screen share of actually navigating on this, but since that'll probably take some time, I've just prepared some screenshots in advance. So this is the home screen, and by the way, the background is it's a CC licensed webcomic called Pepper and Carrot. I don't know if some of you might be familiar with it. And you have all these apps like the calendar and email and maps, and you can also do navigation. So this is how to get from the railway station to this conference, for example. since I prefer to use free and open source software, there's also a OpenStreetMap app. OpenStreetMap is like the Wikipedia of maps, and there's this app called O.map, which lets you. The UI isn't as polished, but you can do things like figure out your exact position and find out what speed you're traveling at. Then there's PodLP, which is a podcast player, and I can actually connect these to my Bluetooth headset. So as you can see, it's got a few more features than like the Dumbphone of 10, 15 years ago. People have also ported a few other messaging platforms like Svelte and of course Snake that we all want to play. And you can get a lot more apps in the KaiOS store. The KaiOS store is a little it's a bit of a bureaucratic process to get apps here. So there's also like, for hackers, there's a third-party store called, well, it's not written here, but it's called the Banana Hacker Store, and that's where I've published my app also, which you'll see in a bit. And finally, you do have like a pull-down menu where you have quick features like brightness and torch and airplane mode. So yeah, that's it for the tour. I forgot where I was going to ask questions, so I'm just going to stop here. And do you have any questions about any other function? Does anybody have questions about any other functionality of the device, or like if it can do something? Okay, can I get a mic, please?
So I actually have a very important question. We all use UPI. So how do you do your payments?
I make sure to carry my wallet everywhere with enough change.
Okay.
But the problem with UPI is there's the National Payments Corporation of India, which manages UPI. They have like a proprietary kind of SDK that you have to integrate into your app. And they have provide that for Android and iOS, but I'm not sure how they do it for these phones. Interestingly, there's a new initiative called LibDefin, which is like a FOSS UPI app, and there's going to be a talk about that in about like at 3:30, I think.
Okay.
So even I'm going to attend that talk and like figure out how I can get that working in KaiOS, because that's something I really want.
Yeah, because I would like to change my phone to that, but yeah, UPI. So yeah,
Cool.
thank you.
Anything else? I totally forgot to talk about that. Yeah, I was planning it for the live demo because I would dial *99# on the phone and show it, but that's not possible. But there is a thing where you can dial *99# and then it'll show you a small menu where it's like press 1 to make a payment and press 2 to check your transactions or something. But there are like it's not very well maintained, so it doesn't always work.
What are all the devices that I can install this OS? Like what type of device? Any button phones or like?
No, I mean, right now they are only like button phones designed specifically for KaiOS and can be put on that. Also, I should mention that KaiOS itself is not like it's not fully open source. It's got proprietary parts. So I'm hoping that changes, but for now I'm like developing apps for this, and then whenever we have like a fully free version, we can use the same apps on that is what I'm hoping for. I'm going to pause again in other places for questions, so I think let me move on for a bit now. By the way, how much time how am I on time? Oh, you. Yeah, I think we kind of went past that, but it can do some things that it can do a lot of things that smartphones can do. Oh, we covered this also. I guess we had UPI, and Do you have anything else? Okay, is there anything else that you would like to see on a phone like this that you didn't see was possible? NFC. You know what? I think in like last year's Mobile World Congress or something, KaiOS actually did a demo of NFC payments on KaiOS. There hasn't been a device released with this yet because things move slow in the KaiOS world, but I'm hoping it'll happen soon. Soon in quotes. Okay, so I'm going to go a bit over my major pain points, and one is like the problems that I face while carrying just a button phone and not any other phone. And one of them is, of course, how to book cabs and autos, which is basically I have to flag down an auto. There's no way to do it on the phone. And then there's making payments. So I can't dial this thing, but I have to enter a UPI number, and then some people's numbers are not linked to UPI. They're only linked in Google Pay or Phone Pay, but not in the UPI system itself. So payments are a bit hit and miss, and I usually carry change as a backup. Then there's discovering music, because while I'm sure all the people who raised hands about Snake will also remember downloading music and copying it onto their phone in advance so that they can play it when they want it. And that's basically how the situation is today. There's no app for streaming music, and there's no particular reason it has to be that way, except that the music streamers like Spotify and what's another streamer? Basically basically they're not interested in developing an app for this, and especially for Spotify, like people have requested a lot of times, and they have this restriction that like any player has to support some kind of DRM things which don't run on KaiOS. So they feel that there's not enough audience and there's nothing we can do about it. Also social media. I mostly have to just use calls and text. But I'm trying to change that by making a messaging app. So I think I'm going to go into that next. Okay, why I still put up with this phone despite all that? Before I say this, I want to hear from the people who raised their hands for, I wish I could do that too. Why do you wish you could have a phone like this? Distraction-free, what did you say?
Like distraction-free, like these mobiles have generally lots of access.
Yep.
I have broken my phone 4 times, so that's
Durable, yeah. Fits in your hand. Yeah, and I can even like throw it around and stuff without worrying about it. I'm holding the mic. 1 sec. I'll do it in a slightly safer space. I mean, I have dropped this. I have had this phone fall from a charger several feet up onto the floor of a moving train, and it still works. So it's fine, but I don't want to unnecessarily put up with it because it's a bit hard to get.
not worry about buying a new one, right? Losing to buy a new one very easy.
Kind of. So in India, most of the phones with KaiOS are JioPhone, which means they are locked down to Jio, and you can't use other SIMs. So it's kind of restrictive in that way. There have been rumors, like take this with a big pinch of salt, but there have been rumors about some new KaiOS device being released in India. But till then, we will have to take care of our phone, but that's not too hard. I'm going to go ahead with my reasons, which I guess are kind of similar. I like the form factor. I don't have to worry about dropping it, and I can text without getting car sick. So when I'm traveling and I look at a screen, then like for more than a small amount of time, I tend to get car sick. And if I'm texting someone on a touchscreen phone, I have to keep looking at it to like see what I'm texting. But here, I've kind of figured out the P9 keypad, so I can close my eyes and text and hit reply, and then just look briefly to see what they reply back. Now, the point I want to highlight is I think most of these pain points can be solved if somebody decides to do it. It's not so much about in most cases, it's not about the phone being incapable of doing something. It's just that those who are running the service or developing the app need to be interested in doing it for KaiOS as well. And that's one of the reasons I could get this phone more easily than other people, because I'm a developer like a lot of people in this room, I guess. But because of that, I was like, okay, if some things are missing, I can probably develop the features myself. It hasn't been as smooth as I thought it was, because I thought I would have a messaging app working 2 years ago, and I did, but it's kind of basic. So we're stopping for a short commercial break. I'm just kidding. This is a messaging app that I made. It's called Convo, and it uses the XMPP standard, which means so there have been a few, apart from Discord or like relying on proprietary apps, which like whether we are complying with the terms and conditions is a gray area. There have been a few attempts to make messaging apps for KaiOS, but they tend to be only KaiOS, so you can only message other KaiOS users. By using the XMPP standard, this app is compatible with services that are already there on and available on desktop and Android and iOS and mobile Linux like Mobian and Postmarket OS. And I want to pause here and say this is something I've noticed about a lot of the features that are there on this phone. The standard-based ones tend to be more widely available on more platforms. Like email, for example, even like my grandmother's phone, which just about had GPRS, and I used to like try to browse Wikipedia in the browser, but it had an email app because it uses the IMAP standard, which people know it's not going to suddenly change. Like it's not like some company is going to decide tomorrow to change the standard and everyone has to update the apps. It's kind of stable and it's going to last over a long period of time. Similarly for podcast apps, I don't know how many of you know this, but podcast distribution also is based on standards. It's like a layer on top of RSS. I don't know the really simple syndication. I don't know the exact details, but there are several podcast apps and RSS readers for KaiOS. My app is based on the Converse.js library, so I didn't want to reinvent the wheel. I took an existing web app called Converse.js and then modified the UI to run here. And the reason I can do that is the KaiOS apps are nothing but HTML, CSS apps with a few custom JavaScript API calls. And that was the reason I took this phone over like a Java-based phone where I would have to learn like Java and maybe do a lot more things from scratch. And also, I personally had a bad experience with Java earlier, and like I'm psychologically averse to it. It's probably irrational, but I don't use Java. Thanks to reusing Converse.js and using web technologies that I'm familiar with, I managed to develop this prototype in 3 weeks. And then I got busy, so it got stuck for like 9 months. But when I published it, it received 1,000 downloads, 100 downloads in 48 hours, even though I just put a post on the Fediverse saying, hey, I've got this thing and it runs on KaiOS phones. So that kind of surprised me because I thought this was a really niche thing, but then I think maybe it's not that niche. There are a lot of people who are using KaiOS phones, if not as their main phone, then at least like to play with it and think that maybe this is some alternative that's possible at some point. I recently got a grant from the NLNet Foundation to work on this app full-time for about 6 months. So right now there are a lot of missing features, like down to the level of being able to add contacts that I'm hoping to work on soon. But whatever of the app is ready, I got a demo phone. So after this talk, if anyone wants, you can come and try it out. A very brief history of KaiOS, and I think there might be people in this room who know more about the history, so just feel free to jump in and add. How am I doing on time? 5 minutes. Okay, I'll be fast then. This started with Firefox OS, which was released in 2014. So the idea was to take the Firefox browser and then have the entire operating system inside that. And it was meant to be like a more affordable alternative to other smartphones that were there at that time, which is why it focused on web apps. But because it was competing with other touchscreen smartphones which had a stronger app ecosystem, it didn't work out that well. Then KaiOS Technologies took it over and they were like, hey, we can't compete in touchscreen phones, but maybe we can compete in button phones. And that has worked out to some extent. In India, it was released under JioPhone, so you must have seen it around. And if they're like, this is a button phone where you can also install apps and stuff, that's what that is. I'm just pointing out that it's Karia lock, so if you be careful before you buy a JioPhone, just be aware that you could be forced to only use your Jio SIM card on it. The KaiOS architecture, it uses the Android hardware abstraction layer just to like connect to the drivers and stuff so that manufacturers don't have to write drivers again from scratch, because that's a big thing that's also leaving mobile Linux, for example, behind to run Debian and Postmarket OS and stuff on more devices. Practically speaking, it's just like a small screen with a web browser, and there's a manifest file to decide like where to open and stuff, but that's basically it. So this is literally my development environment. It's Firefox with the developer console there. And there is like a more full-featured simulator, but that is also basically Firefox, which has been customized a bit. So why isn't every web app a KaiOS app? Well, it has to be able to run on an ancient browser engine. This is Firefox 49, released in 2016 or something. And it needs to render in a really small screen size. It needs to be navigatable with a keyboard, and some KaiOS devices are as small as 256 MB RAM. But I think this is something worth breaking. People tend to assume that touchscreen phones are smart and button phones are dumb, but I don't think that's really true. They're just different form factors. And because of that, there's a cycle where people make button phones cheap and compromise on the hardware instead of making it powerful. And because of that, app developers also are limited in what they can develop. So maybe we can reverse it. What I did for Convo was to use Babel and polyfills to like transpile whatever new JavaScript features were to work in the old engine. Because of small screens, actually less design work, because I just have to show like very basic menu options and buttons and stuff. I'm sure a lot of people here like to navigate things with the keyboard anyway. And low memory is also like, it's a small screen, so it's not that much of a problem. There's less to render at a time. And free software makes it easier. I'm going to quickly go through this because I'm short on time, but there are basically various open source projects that I think could be adapted with little more work to work on KaiOS. What I would suggest to everyone is try a button phone and see how you like it. App developers, look at any apps you're developing, especially web apps or websites. Maybe try opening it on a button phone, or if you don't have one, on a small screen, and see how it works or what you could do to make it work. I have a device to sample, so I will be there at the Prav table on the second floor. Turn left and go to the corner, and I'll be there if you want to chat or check out the phone or get more tips about development or where to find the phone. And finally, I've heard a lot of people say that a button phone is perfect if only it has some feature or another, including like some in this room, I think. So when all those features implemented, I think it can really become a very usable device for a lot of people. Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, I know I have to speed up a bit, but like, I can take a few questions. Go ahead. well, I do have a, let me just open up my calendar because I do have it syncing with Nextcloud calendar and that's probably using CalDAV. Yeah, CalDAV works. That's another of the standards-based systems that I said. If it's standards-based, it seems to be more likely to be working on like more niche devices also.
Follow up on that. You mentioned not being able to build rights.
Yep.
So Uber does have a mobile interface. It works on Android at least. Is it too not available for a small scale?
I've actually come to I've actually have this assumption that like if a certain like app-oriented companies, even if they make a website, it's going to be heavy. So I kind of assume that it wouldn't work, but I should actually try it out. That's a good question.
Hey there, I'm Aditya. Are there ways to like mod an existing button phone to make it run KaiOS?
I don't think so because the hardware will, mainly because the hardware will be too low power.
Right.
If the hardware was powerful, then it should be possible because it's like an Android base and with engine on top.
Okay, alright.
I forgot to, I might have forgot to mention this, but I just wanted to say that because KaiOS apps are 90% web apps, even if like KaiOS itself doesn't work out and some other platform comes out that is web app based, it could work for that also. For example, there's something called Cloudphone, which people are like, I think some apps in, some phones in India also have that. They have this thing called Cloud apps, which I personally don't like, but it's basically, the app is rendered on the server and then it's pushed to your phone. So your phone doesn't have to do much work. Of course, that makes end-to-end encryption and stuff useless. So I don't personally like it, but just flagging that there are other options where this could be ported.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to repeat your question for the audience. You're asking if there's a plan for Convo to work on other platforms. Am I right? Okay, Selfish OS because it also used to work in banana phones. It's like a lot of, especially since when I applied for the NLNet grant, and they were also asking me where all else can this be made to work, and I mean it wasn't in my roadmap so far, but like I'd be happy to make it work, and I don't think it would be that hard. So if anyone wants to make it work, or like there's a Sailfish device that I can test it on or something, then sure. Okay. How would you want to? Oh, okay. Okay, last question.
Okay, so I know about KaiOS because of geophones. So when I was using it, like I thought like, how can I remove this carrier? They are carrier locked, right? How can I use this with other SIMs and everything? Is it possible to mod geophone to use normal KaiOS instead of the modified KaiOS by Reliance?
Unfortunately, I don't think so. I mean, theoretically it should be possible, but like I'm not aware of anyone who's figured it out. But you can check on the banana hackers. Just go to bananahackers.net and they have like basically the community is around there to figure this out. This phone is a collaboration between Nokia and Geophone, so it's Nokia branded, but it has GeoOS. But since the hardware is same, it's possible to flash a international version of KaiOS onto this. Okay, I have to make space, so thank you. Like I said, I'm on at the Prague stall, second floor. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Badri. So you know how he showed a lot of apps in KaiOS and the designs all sucked, right? That's because people think 2 gradient circles and a 32 pixel text in front of it makes design. That's not how it is, right? Technically speaking, free and open source software is really sound, it's really good. But then when we speak about UI and UX, FOSS really sucks. And that's the hard truth, to be honest. But over here we have Ritika, the design lead of Mecha Systems, who designed and built the Mecha Comet that you're gonna see outside, that you are seeing outside. So she's a person who likes to tinker with small pixels to bring the larger picture together. And she's gonna take a talk on designing UX for human-machine interaction. She's gonna dive into UX, into different layers of UX, and discuss about open design process. So over on to you, Ritika. What happened?
I need help with this. Can you just attach this? This is mine, not my laptop.
This is not yours?
No.
You run a Mac?
Yeah.
I'm in designers. You want a slide changer?
Hey everyone. Okay. Hey everyone, I'm Ritika Varma, lead product designer at Mecha Systems. And as some of you may know, we are building the Mecha Comet. If not, you can just visit our booth right outside this Audi. And so in building, a big part of my role is to understand how a user interacts with the Comet and how to add delight to their experience. Basically, I make things pretty functional. And so it all starts with the research. Where we began in 2023, we dug deep into the UX of hardware interfaces. Some of the areas to name them were device interfaces, device ergonomics, design guides, game consoles, and some failure studies, products that couldn't really move mountains. But some of the designs, even from the big techs, were kind of the setting stones, and they set foundations for smart devices and hardware, and were just so pleasing that it had imprinted on our minds for good. If we talk about the Metro UI that ran on Windows Phone, it had a different approach to how you see applications on the older versions of mobiles, which were really kind of boring, if I have to say that. And this involved a lot of fluidic motions. And minimalism was a big chunk of all of this design. And some were single hand operable without any functional compromises. I mean, they used to be, as we all know, and that's kind of have become a serious discussion over Discord and Reddits. And so we also checked out a lot of edgy executions of startups. We read about them and saw a number of systems. We checked Kickstarter and all of the stories about them, and the idea was to understand how they think and how are they innovating with the size of screens. And something that we noticed was they were looking back at the reducing the size of the screen, and that could just fit into your palm. Now, small screen devices have benefits, but they are slightly less extendable. That's what Comet is trying to change with its form. And all of this was in order to build a crux of design model. at Mecca and what may or may not work for us. Here you can see Mecca mood board, which had retro UI, and they were mostly very minimal and something that people from tech must have seen on their at least one of the systems, or probably in their childhood, or something that they see on internet, Instagram, any place that is that talks about design in a way which is more technical and not the design. Okay. But then while we were doing all of these research, I realized while we have phone operating design systems and computer OS guidelines and TV OS guidelines, and even in small screen devices, we have watch OS systems, but there were no clear guidelines for small general computing devices. So that led to us wanting to build our own design roadmap to address this, which can act as a foundation for other designers and also developers who are wanting to break into device interface design. Some of the areas that we want to include in our roadmap and also in our knowledge base is design system and best practices, motion interaction, design test runs, research and wireframing, user testing. User testing being the most crucial part of all of this attempt of segregating every aspect of our motive. So in 2024, around the same time, we had Mecha Comet's GUI's first reveal. It was a working prototype with tactile components to interact with. We had extensions involved that could just stick to the device, but they were not working. But now they are, so you can just check out. And a lot of engineering goes into making this. And a lot of industrial design also is involved into understanding what will work on the device when it's put on or added as an extension. These are some of the shots taken from last year IndiaFOSS when Comet was, it was obviously given to people to understand how it works, but in the back we were just trying to understand how they are interacting with the device, with the touch screen, with the keyboard, with all the components that were making the design. The focus areas, so all of this introduction was to understand the focus areas that we had to take notice for the rest of the time until we launched a refined version. Those were perceivable depth, brutalism and fluidity, small screen functions, community reviews, scalability, thumb area, and perceivable depth. Moving to 2025, design has become rich in knowledge base with which we created a new UI with some areas that I would like to share. So small screen UX. I think in the last talks, the person just discussed something about small screen and how there was a sentence that he said that it's far easier to put components, and because they don't have a lot of components in it, it's comparatively easier. Now I agree 50% on that, but the one thing that goes around in understanding the small screen is to allocate the kind of information or the data where it should be, and it involves a lot of reading and understanding how we have come to this today. I mean, we started with very small, less than an inch screens, and then it has now grown more than your palm size. I mean, you have to hold it with both of your hands or you can't really operate it. So, interfaces are only so much useful if they actually belong to the form, is what I understand. And which in this case is the form factor for Mecha Comet. Now, the reachability of the touch screen on the device was tricky, with which taking the first half, it takes the first half of the device. So here you see when you're holding the device, the screen is on the first half of the form. And it's right above the space for extensions. So yeah, you can quickly just snap and change the extension and get done with your business. But what about when it comes to operating via the touch screen? So it needed a lot of thoughts and picking the thoughts that would actually make the best out of what we were trying to make with that form. So these are a few iterations where I was trying, and they were obviously low fidelity wireframes of trying to understand how the transition would be and how we are dividing the space in the small screen. It's what 3.92 inch screen. So to allocate information was the trickiest of all. So instead of having all the interactions inspired by mobile UX, we tried to stick to thumb movements and also the just all principles, which are the foundation of all the designs across the world. And it initially was, and these actually were the initial theories of major phone companies which now have become giants. So, and the idea was keep things accessible in the thumb area. So thumb area is basically how you swipe with your your dominant hand, and how far is it able to reach on your screen. And that is a problem with Comet when you hold it. And I have a smaller hand as compared to people with who are able to hold it and they can just single-handedly use it. So I had to figure out should it have a, for example, let's talk about status bar. So everything you see on the status bar is basically giving you the idea what is running on your system. But then it's commonly perceived with your mobile experiences that you have to swipe from the top. But in order to do that, with the devices that we have nowadays, you have to use your other hand and swipe it down. And that is kind of cumbersome, I feel. So in Comet, we tried to tackle that problem. In the previous iteration last year, we had the same mobile UX kind of swiping mechanism from the top. But then we we changed it kind of and made it more bottom accessible and bottom, we could just, navigation in Comet is basically inspired from early touchscreen smartphones and small retro gaming consoles. So small screen, better component reachability, most use cases allowing bottom navigation and interaction. These were the obvious touch points. Here I'm trying to see how, if a lefty or a right hand user would be tackling with the bottom bar. And this was again back in, I think, March of this year when I was trying to make, and this was the first wireframe that I gave for, first reviews over Discord. And by the way, you can check that out. So that was the kind of user test in disguise, and we got good amount of reviews. Some of them, they mentioned, suggested some changes that we could do, we could just swap the overlay applications, and some really preferred going back to the old design because it was different and it was new and all of that. We noted all of that down and make notes, obviously. And then we just came on to designing, taking a newer, slightly deviated direction. So yeah, modularity is a big part of design in Comet with respect to its form. But again, we wanted to incorporate that in our digital interface as well. So why? Because it has to adapt to the use case that it is being used with. So this was the old Comet. It was flat but brutalist design, and again, there was no bottom navigation. You can obviously click and pin your applications, but the only way to open settings drawer was to swipe. And again, it has widgets running on the screen, but again, they were very small and they were not differentiated from the background. It lacked depth. That was one of the first few reviews I got from obviously a lot of users and a lot of first reviewers. And it got highly accepted, but because of the rawness. But then it had the gaps, and we had to take them into account. So we sat trying to figure out a way to like how to approach the UI, and with refined UX that would actually solve the old design problems and still carry the essence with it. And as it is said, sometimes it's the inspiration that finds you. It found us as a SOC. But in fact, it was derived from the sleek division of the housing of Comet that led us to introduce wings to our box components. So if you notice, it's not very clear, but this is like the 3D render of the Comet. And it has a curve that basically divides the first half and the bottom half, and it is really sleek, but when you hold the device in the hand, you are able to see the cut or the wing. And that wing we introduced in our newer UI. If you look closely, I think it's pretty clear. So the information which were displayed in the previous design, they still remained as is, but they were well spaced. It didn't look like it's everywhere. It was segregated into one area, and that added depth to the UI. And so also the widgets were placed in a bento-inspired orientation across the UI. This is a kind of running prototype of how you interact with the device. So, yeah. And motion in interface was the crucial element, and it basically stitches the experience, guides through array of information, and feels more natural to perceive. And that is why we really took account of motion in our design, and we kept incorporating or devising all the all type of motion that would complement this UI. Yeah. So, and also on the left here, there is a search overlay application that opens when you swipe from the bottom left navigation bar on the home screen. And when an extension is not attached, you have an on-screen keyboard. And when there is an extension, it would just go away. It detects, auto-detects, and it should vanish. But obviously, you can enable it again. And on the right, there is a settings drawer that opens up on the swipe of bottom right navigation bar. These two concepts are taken from your general computers, where usually search is on the bottom left. If I have to name, it's kind of a window UI. And the settings drawer, it's actually usually from the top, but then in the windows, again, we have it on the bottom left. So that was the inspiration for creating this. Then there are running application and notification UI. Now, notification UI it works exactly how rest of the phone application do, but then our stacking system is kind of different. I will talk about it in a slide ahead. And also, so widgets in Comet, this is running on home screen. And a number of iterations and concepts led us to design an algo for dragging and resizing components. This prototype is developed to check the viable placement of widgets. I work with a developer, really talented, sitting here, and he basically excels in making this work, this tricky bento work. So yeah, and so perception of performance. How do we know that this UI is complete, and how can I as a designer or anyone as a designer can advocate that design is complete? How do they even know? Do they even have that vision? So to understand that, everything that we just saw has to come together, and we have to become, it's kind of our duty to become judge of our work, and then be critique if needed, and remember this theory. So everything gets together, the motion, the different wireframes, the screen, all the transitions, icons, color, and all the foundational parts of design. And then they have to be communicative, complete, and feel connected to the device and to the user, because that's the thing that is making the connection with whoever is holding your device. Okay, so and without any motion, so motion becomes a very important part of UI, because without it, it feels very incomplete and laggy for some reason, and that we encountered last year. So so that's when whenever we would have any set of designs ready, we would check out the motion in it and how did it look, and how would it be perceived later on. So again, the opening of an application, launching of an application, and opening or destacking the notification, all of this involved, all of this basically stitches the experience and guides through the information. And again, it feels natural. Okay, so so it's a complete cycle from decision to action to completion. And the delight of this cycle is motion. So everything is stitched together when there is motion in your UI. So think whenever we were doing any iteration, motion was always involved, and the transition in it was always involved. Working with developers. So once designs were ready, how do we know, how do we make them go into the dev pipeline? That was one thing that obviously it became my learning. So I know the design and I know how it works on Figma or in my imagination. But the developer has to understand every bit, every layer of it. So to communicate the concept and the know-how of components interaction with each other and with on screen and with the user, everything was drafted in a obviously messy manner, because it was the first ever draft. And so I just wanted the devs to know everything about design, from the thought process to execution. This is one screenshot from the first draft, where I am explaining about home screen and application and how are they spaced, and what is the padding and everything, and what is the transition. I wrote it down in a a draft and would share it, and there would basically have to be a lot of discussions when you are submitting for development. So apart from also having a very well set of Figma links. So what is the future of design at Mecca? So for me, since again, the point that we didn't have anything to start with, we had to do a lot of research, understand that they are limited to really scattered information across the web. So so we decided like that this is what we want to do. We want to publish our research, like the stack of all the information that we have, the wireframes, the user test, design system, guidelines, and all of this under open license, allowing everyone to use and build on top of it. So yeah, this enables easy participation and contribution as well. So this is the design pipeline that I have planned. It is still not entirely perfect, and obviously nothing is, but we are on the right direction, I feel, and hopefully by next year I'll have something more to show from the knowledge base. Yeah, that is it. Thank you all. Thank you.
Any question, people? You have?
Hey, thank you.
Hi.
That was a very exciting talk. I really enjoyed it. I guess my question, I have like two questions. One is like a very simple one, which is how did you design the keyboard? And like I know there's a long history of making keyboards work on touchscreens. So I want to know more about that. And the other is like a general question of like, how do you think about the device in a person's life? Like, do you think about it as a replacement for a phone, or how do you see it fitting into someone's life?
Okay. So here's answering your first question. So we have a physical keyboard that is the extension, and we put a lot of time working on the industrial design of it, and then again a lot of time engineering the whole keys. And so I had some idea from that experience, and obviously because we had early prototypes last year as well, so we had one wireframe already ready with us. We just had to like make it more relative to the actual physical keyboard that we have. So even if you look at the design, you can find more similarities, as in like there are multiple keyboards, right? Like a terminal keyboard would be different, and a regular keyboard, I don't know the word for it, but that would be different. So all of that consideration has been taken, obviously, and it's different from the rest of your mobile keyboards. It's more, what do we say? It's more tech friendly, I would say, and yeah, I mean, it's basically derived from the physical keyboard. So yeah, that one. And second, Comet could be actually your computer as well, if you want to use it that way. And you can also swap your it is modular, so it can take any shape. You want to change your, like, just get rid of your phones. And I see like a lot of hatred for a fruit company, so that so that is something that Mecca would like probably replace as your open source phone, and it is only owned by you. Once you have the Comet with you, you are the owner of it, and no other companies giving you any updates and everything. It's up to you. You want to use it as a mobile, it's your call. As a computer, it's your call. Everything is your call. So yeah, and no fruit company situation. So yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Ritika.
Thank
you so
you.
much for the talk. It was an
Thank you,
amazing
everyone.
session. If you have any more questions, you can reach out to Ritika either down the stage, or you can also meet her in Mecca's booth. Next up, so at my company, we use Plane. So I might be a bit biased on praising Plane, but Plane is truly one of the most fastest growing open source project management platforms today. And we have Vamsi, the CEO of Plane, over here to talk about the key inflection points in Plane's journey, and also introduce Open Work Lang, an open standard designed to bring true interoperability across project and work management tools. Just like attention is all you need for AI, he suggested retention is all you need for great products. So we have Vamsi to talk about Plane. All right, guys, we'll officially start at 3:30. So we'll just have a short little game. So how many of you know two truths and one lie? You have never played it? Okay, too nerdy of a group, I see. Okay, so basically the game is I'll give you 3 points. There will be one lie hidden inside it, and you have to find what's the hidden lie, right? So it's going to be related to FOSS. So let's see if you guys are able to find it out. Okay. The mascot for Python is a real snake named Monty. So that's the first point. My second point would be Firefox was originally called Phoenix. And my third line is going to be the first commit in Linux kernel was just 10,000 lines of code. So what do you think is the lie and what are the two truths over here? Sorry? Third one might be the lie. Okay, how many of you vote third one might be the lie? I think it's the first commit in Linux kernel is just 10,000 lines of code. So 4. Just 4? Okay, how many of you think the second point, which was Firefox was originally called Phoenix, is the lie? Huh? Voting for everything, huh? No, not possible. Then everyone votes point 1 or what? Point 1 was the mascot for Python is a real snake named Monty. How many of you think that's a lie? 1, 2. Guys, there are like 20 people over here and like only 4 votes. Come on, we have still like 5 minutes. I have no other choice than entertain you. Okay, so first one was the lie. Yeah, so Python is basically, it's coming from a series called Monty Python, but the Python is not the mascot, or it's not named as Monty. Great. Okay. Richard Stallman started the GNU project in 1983. So that's your first point. Okay. Richard Stallman started GNU project at 1983. The term open source was coined in 1998. That's your second point. GitHub was the first ever code hosting platform. That's your third point. So how many of you think the first point was a lie? No one. So everyone thinks Richard Stallman started the GNU project in 1983. I could be off by 1 or 2 years and still you couldn't figure it out? Okay. How many of you think the second point, the term open source was coined in 1998, is the lie? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, good. At least you guys raise hands. Others are just sleeping over there. GitHub was the first ever code hosting platform. How many of you do think it's a lie? 1, 2. GitHub was the first ever code hosting platform. Okay. Okay. Why do you think it's a lie? Justin. Yeah, my name is also Justin. Great. So SourceForge was the first. SourceForge basically came earlier to GitHub. Okay. Hopefully we have 4 minutes, and I stall you all by giving you one more point. MIT license allows you to use the code commercially. Hopefully you guys don't fail this. But my first point is MIT license allows you to use the code commercially. My second point is Creative Commons is a software license. And my third point is GPL requires derivative works to also be open source. So which one is a lie? Y'all are sleeping? Or am I audible? Am I audible, guys? Come on. Guys, girls, hi. How are you? After lunch, you guys are sleeping? Very sleepy, I see. Sure. The first point was MIT license allows you to use the code commercially. That's a lie. How many of you think it's a lie? 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. The second point is Creative Commons is a software license. How many of you think that's a lie? 1, 2, 3. 3 again. Great. Okay. The third point is GPL requires derivative works to also be open source. How many of you think that's a lie? No one? Okay, at least we are clear on that part. So Creative Commons is a software license. That's not true. It's for creative works only. So that's why, like over on YouTube, you have Creative Commons license because that's for creative works. And we don't have a Creative Commons license for code. But yeah, successfully I stalled you guys for like 5 more minutes. I don't have any more filler questions regarding that, but maybe I can entertain you by asking questions to the audience. So who didn't raise hands? I'm gonna randomly pick someone. You guys are done, okay? You guys raise hands, but you didn't raise hand. Yeah. Now explain me, what do you do basically for work or in life generally? Everyone doesn't have life. I can understand that. Even I don't have a life. Are you in tech or are you non-tech? In tech, what do you do in tech? Back inside. Which tech stack? Java. Okay. Can you explain me Spring Boot like I'm a child? Now you are my ChatGPT. Just explain me Spring Boot like I'm a 5-year-old. Okay.
It's I mean, it's an server. It's basically a web server to host your service. So when a server is like an mission which does it for you, whatever you want. So basically, Spring is like a mission which works for you. So whatever you ask, you get it. That's to a 5-year-old.
Dilip, thank you so much, Dilip, for being sportive and giving out. Guys, can we give a round of applause? I see the energy is a bit low here, but I have no other choice. Guys, can we start? It's 3:30. Yeah. Thank you so much for putting up with me.
Check. All right, we'll get started. Yeah, my name is Vamsi Kurama, CEO and co-founder of Plane. So today I'm going to talk about something pretty interesting. So those of you who don't know about Plane, Plane started as an open source project. It is still an open source project, but we found our own sustainable model for building a company. So we created our own model called Open Continuum model for really good sustainability. So I'm going to talk about the whole journey of Plane, how we started it, how we are continuing to grow as a company, as an open source project. This is what I'm going to talk about today. So all my slides are going to be a little interesting because it talks about real journey. Usually a lot of open source companies and products, there is a huge difference between a open source company and a product. We'll see that in some of our slides. But what I have seen is people give up when it comes to open source. People don't want to embrace it for life. That's something that I've observed quite lately. And this is more of a journey of what happened to us as a company, as a product. And it deals with a lot of emotions. And that's the reason this, the new term Open Continuum comes in. I'll also talk about what is Continuum in detail, about what is what and things like that. But let's get started to, just a quick introduction about Plane. Plane is a modern project management software which combines your project management, work management, knowledge management, all that stuff into one single workspace. Currently widely adopted by many companies across the globe. We are proud to say this. We have a lot of space tech companies using Plane today, a lot of defense organizations, financial institutions, many companies at various industries, various different industries. Again, to your surprise, you might now ask me a question like, what are these companies actually using it for? And that might be really interesting for all of you guys. Uh, so this is how we kind of talk about Plane. So you have, whenever you start a business, right, you kind of start with, M365 or, even Google Workspace. It talks about your basic Gmail, records, and a bunch of productivity tools. And then the next immediate thing that you would start off is a communication software, right? It could be Slack, Teams, or anything like that. And then the third important thing that comes up is how do you structure your organization? How do you move your organization? All that stuff. So we are at that level where we bring clarity to your organization. It could be a non-profit, it could be a large organization, even the companies that I talked about when it comes to space and defense and tech and things like that. So that's where we are today, kind of helping organizations grow. So that's the third thing, usually what we observed is that you wanted to start off a business, you start off with a basic thing like Google and then Slack and then Plane later. So that's how we fit into the org. So I'll talk about a very interesting emotion that we have gone through. And again, this is more of a personal story. Maybe this will, if somebody here is starting off an open source project and then building an open source company later, this might be very interesting for you to talk about it. So yeah, we are open source on GitHub, github.com/makeplane/plane. So as I mentioned, this is the journey. Open source, usually people talk about open source at various levels, right? When you talk about open source at various levels, you might be building a small framework, you might be building a small SDK, or even an operating system, or things like databases. But open source usually, if you zoom back a little, open source stands at various layers. And one of the easiest layer is the application software, right? Why? Because writing application software is usually easy. You are doing a bunch of CRUD operations on a database and then building your application, in order to solve your problem, and then you release it to people, right? In the world of AI, in the age of vibe coding, we would already have seen this thing coming up where people use tools like Lovable or different V0, Replit, all these tools. You must be doing this vibe coding all the time, in order to solve your problem. But when we started out, application software is seen as the easiest thing. Of course, it's easy to build application software. The reason being you're doing a bunch of CRUD operations on your database. But when we launched out, we had, so this is a very interesting graph that you can see. I don't know how many of you guys are able to see the points. So when we launched, we were in a mindset of, so consider those points as your excitement when you start off your project. When we launched, our excitement was at level 50. We had like, the state at which we are is somewhere in midway. And then when we got this star growth, everybody here might be thinking about star growth, interesting thing, we are popular, we're trending on Hacker News, we are on Reddit. So every single time star growth gives you that high. And star growth usually, right, when you talk about star growth in detail, the kind of excitement that you get is crazy. Imagine, somebody from the crowd, you launch an open source project and you had 5,000 stars in 5 days. How do you feel? You feel pretty awesome. You had some validation. You'll be like, hey, the world is applauding me for my work and here is my star growth. And that's what exactly happened to Plane as well. We are currently at somewhere around 38+K stars, but stars might be just a point, in your journey. So we were at 90 points, almost a state of excitement where we were like, okay, we achieved something. We got validated by the world. So this happened for us and we were on cloud 9. Literally, we were like, hey, crazy star growth. We were able to achieve like 5,000 stars in like a week's time. I think we've shot ourselves up the moon. So this excitement started. And immediately, the next thing that started out as lot many questions from the community, right? So everybody, when you start off an open source project, hey, because again, the point being questions coming from the community saying that, can I have this feature? Can I have that feature? Can I build that? Can I build this? All these things happened, but by the time we really wanted to build a rock solid company as open source, as a foundational layer, and we were looking at different playbooks of MongoDB, GitLab, pretty awesome companies that have pushed the world, accelerated the world. We were looking at those, and we were like, okay, let's also start a company. And then we started out a company. And then a lot of people started asking us questions. And then these questions were a little frightening sometimes, saying that, hey, you guys are not doing it the right way. This is what it is. And this is exactly what happened with a lot many open source projects as well. And then comes the complete dipping point where you'll have a fight with the community, right? Community is not just people, it's all across the globe. And then because you created that project, you know how much you wanted it to be, and you want to push that thing into the world, and then you completely get disappointed, and you'll be like, okay, let me stop doing this, right? And that's the exact thing happened for us when we started out building this. So we had a launch, we had a massive star growth, questions from a lot many people, and then the fight. At this time, you'll be like, hey, let me not push myself forward, or let me not do this. So a lot of questions, because creators put in a lot of effort. Of course, the community also drives the show. But when you have this, your mental state becomes completely different. And then that's happened to us because we wanted to build a company. And then slowly, we started realizing a transition, right? And then we clearly laid out a small framework on, can we clearly understand what an open source project is, what an open source product is, and then finally what an open source company is, right? Because when you wanted to do a company, you need many things as bells and whistles. So this is the major difference when you wanted to start off an open source company, right? You are transitioning from a project to a product to a company. So that's the broader lens that you should keep in mind. I don't know how many here in this room wants to start an open source company. I don't know if you have any hands up. No one? 1, 2, 3. Right. So this is one thing which could be like a playbook for you, that you should clearly understand that when you start building a product, you have UX, a lot of challenges, because people are different, your behavioral patterns are different. A decade of knowledge already went into our brains. People use Excel the way it is because Excel is a fantastic software. So you don't want to change too many things. And then QA, you'll have to do a lot of testing because you are releasing it to your customers. You need to have docs, well-maintained docs, and then you need to give support to your people, right? So this is your product, which is project plus UX plus QA plus docs plus support. And then moving on, you now want to build a business around it. A lot many companies here today have come up from open source world, sponsored this conference. Fantastic, but open source company is a little different because you want to be sustainable. You wanted to push the needle a little harder. Again, as I mentioned, the coming slides are going to be really fun. We figured out that, okay, we'll have to have a revenue, we need to have GTM because we're building a business around it, right? And now, again, a step back because we wanted to understand open source licensing, and how open source works. That's another interesting, a step back kind of a situation for us, where we told ourselves, let's understand really how open source works. And there are multiple flavors of open source, right? You have permissive license, like MIT, network copyleft licensing, which is something like AGPL, right? And then you have open core models. A lot of these companies like Mongo, GitLab, open core companies, right? And then you have source available, where they say that, hey, source is available out there, but you can't do anything about it, right? Hardly a lot of people zoom in, go into this, go deeper into this and try to understand it. But this is what it is. You have multiple flavors of open source. And then once we understood the flavors of open source in terms of building a business, how do we now tackle it? So community, again, is fantastic. Community pushes you. Community tells you what is what. Community is super important. And open source always wins. This is something that we all know of. Moving on is something that we created. As a team, we are a team of 50 people trying to build Plane on a daily basis. That's our day job. We said open core is cool because open core has a distribution. So let me talk about this open core for 2 minutes, and then we will move on to the other set of slides. Open core is basically saying that, hey, you have two editions. One is a commercial edition, the other one is a community edition. Community edition has a bunch of code in it, and then commercial edition is more of trying to give large enterprises a way to move forward, right? This is what open core does. Open Continuum is what we created and which actually worked out really well. It's super hard to manage an open continuum model. We told that let's write something pretty interesting. So we said we'll have two editions, just like open core. One is a community edition, fully open source, feature rich, production ready, which is super important. And then enterprise edition, which has a proprietary feature set because application layer is completely different than your infra layer. We'll talk about that a little. And then proprietary set has close features a little, but still the community is the one that drives the project, right? Can we be truly open source? So when I said, can we be truly open source, can we not inject any enterprise license within our open source project? So that's the pretty interesting part. So no enterprise restrictions in the community edition. The projects that you see largely will have this problem having an enterprise license as part of your community editions. And then no proprietary components or dependencies. Let me also talk about that. And then upstream first development. This is also interesting, the way we do it. And then we built our own rules of open continuum. So as I told you, the first rule is, again, this is another rule that we added. Continuous release cycles. You will have to make sure that you release every 15 days or 30 days. Rule 1. Rule 2 is pure OSS, no dependencies whatsoever. No additional vendor installation. This is another important rule of open continuum model. Deployed via Docker or K8s. Extensible software, and licensing is MIT, Apache, or AGPL kind of licenses, simple licenses, right? So let's now understand these rules and how did we apply to the Planes repository. First, so we started releasing every 15 to 30 days on our community edition. Pretty interesting stuff here. We don't use Redis as part of a community. We use Valky. We don't use Mongo or anything sort of that. We use Postgres. We don't use Elastic. We use OpenSearch. So pretty interesting, curious thing. If you guys are aware of how this works, Valky is, again, open source completely. You have no licensing restrictions. I don't know how many of you know that. Redis has some licensing restrictions and things like that. So we started using this. So you'll not find anything like a component that has a license failure there as part of our open source. And then zero vendor setup. A lot many open source projects that you see out there, they'll be like, hey, can you install your account there on an external vendor, right? Or it could be AWS, or it could be anything. Like they'll ask you to install at the external vendor. So we don't have, as part of Plane, we don't have any external vendor setup whatsoever, zero. So you download our images, run Docker or K8s, we have a Helm chart that we release. You run it and Plane completely runs. And then community edition commercial edition extended from the open source repo, which is also an important rule that we follow as part of the previous slide, as I told you, and then AGP license. So this is what we have taken as a thumb rule in terms of understanding how we wanted to proceed building a company. So here you are basically saying to your customers, because we talked about product and companies, you're basically saying to your customers that you have no dependency, you can completely install your software free of cost on your bare machine without any external vendor registration and or any sort of a license problem. So this is what we do at Plane, which worked out beautifully. And that's the reason we have some of the companies, as I mentioned, some of the biggest companies, including defense tech, using it on air-gapped installations. When I say air-gapped, there is no internet connection whatsoever. And this is what we do. And for technologists, I don't know how many of you are able to see this diagram. When I talked about this previous problem of, coming up with an upstream first development. So when I said upstream first development, we do have community edition, we do have our enterprise edition, but our enterprise edition is also constantly fetching from our community edition. Let me also give you an example of this. Let's say if we have a small feature as part of both community and enterprise, we first fix the community. And we are forced to fix the community. There is no other alternative whatsoever. So we are forced to fix the community first. And then there is an automatic GitHub action that pushes all that data to our commercial edition. So that's the interesting pointer that we took as part of our development process. So there is no way that our community edition or our free open source edition is left out. Like with bare hands, usually companies, right, after a certain time, when you see any sort of an improvement to your enterprise, you completely push away your community editions. But that's not something that we did. We forced ourselves to fix our community first, and then basically there is a GitHub action that picks it up from the community edition branch, and then it pushes it to our commercial edition automatically. And that's how we maintain and manage to keep our sanity in check in terms of getting to understand our community, and our community loved it, right? Many companies today use Plane as part of their production ecosystems, the free edition, community edition, without even any hindrance. You can run Plane literally on an air-gapped instance. So that's what we did. And so one thing that kind of again led us back onto the path of continuing to build for open source is the idea of getting our narrative right. So let me talk about 4 important things. The first thing that I talked about is trust, because open source runs on trust. And trust is very simple. We'll have to be extremely honest about our stance of what we wanted to do, how we wanted to do, as long as we are clear with our stance, saying that, hey, this is how we approach this. The community is going to love it. If your stance is changing all the time, the community is going to come back and say, hey, this is a bad project. So get your trust right, and the only way to do that is clearly communicating it to your network or your community that this is something that we got to do. And then comes clarity. This is something that I keep telling all the people as part of the startup ecosystem as well. Don't build features, build capabilities. There is a small nuance to that statement of don't build features, build capabilities. The reason being, when you're building features, you're looking at your competitors. You're saying, hey, I'm cutting this and pasting it here. But capabilities are more important. Capability is a function of use case. When you're trying to solve for a specific use case, you kind of wanted to build that capability. And then value, right? We currently are super proud to say this, starting out as an open source project till today, honestly continuing that as an open source project and still being able to run a honest business around it. We always wanted to provide value to our customers. It's extremely simple. As long as they value your project to some extent, they are going to love you and they're going to embrace you. And even sometimes they're going to come back and say, hey, We just want to support your project. Is there anything that I could do? So today, super proud to say this, that we have some of the largest space tech companies using Plane to managing city streets in Europe. People use Plane for both of these use cases. And the reason being, we were clearly being able to give them the value of what is Plane and how our open source works. And the final thing is attribution. So when you are clear with your narrative, when you clearly tell your community that this is how we wanted to move, this is how we wanted to project ourselves, this is what we wanted to do, you get quoted right. So let's say today I'm talking about Open Continuum in general, right? So tomorrow, if this flows up, and if you feel that this is going to be honest enough, you're going to do the same thing again and again. So you'll be quoted multiple times that, hey, this is what Plane does, this is what we wanted to do. And make sure that you are quoted right because of your stance, because your stance is all about trust. And we are back on track. As I told you, we launched, we had massive star growth, we were happy, and then questions, we had a fight. We then corrected our stance. We clearly told people what is what and how we want to do about it. And then we started giving a lot of value to our users and organizations. And then now we are successfully standing here, creating a global open source project, and also creating a sustainable model around it. So yeah, this is what it is. And yeah, I think in the interest of time, I'll cut it short. So I'll leave it to questions, if you guys have any. Any questions? Anyone? We're good? This is not a license. We follow AGPL. This is just a model that we followed for good. And just like open core is not a license, right? It's just a flavor of open source. We just continued doing that, but open core has two different branches. For example, when you're building an open core, you say, I'm going to commit to this and that, two repositories. We said we're not going to do that. Automatically, if you're contributing to our commercial, that also has to go into our community. It gets into a continuous sequence. No. Yeah. No, as I mentioned, we were very clear with our stance, that's AGPL. We don't want it to move out of AGPL. And many people, especially we work with pretty large companies. Large companies are not gonna, people from the EU and US especially, they check licenses, deep into the license. They are not gonna allow you to use something, even as a dependency. If you have a different license, they're not gonna allow you. So that's the reason we kept saying, and we told our customers as well, that we will still continue to be on AGPL license because the network effect helps us protect our IPs and things like that. But Open Continuum is very simple. It's a flavor of open core that we did, but open core has two different routing mechanisms. So when I say two different routing mechanisms, take for example, a company like a database company, right? They manage two different editions. And there is no dependency with your community edition and your commercial edition. So what we did was, we said our customers and consumers that there is gonna be a dependency with community and commercial. I think first time we did that, it's extremely painful. For example, let's say if you're building a small capability, as I told you, a feature, our team struggles to make sure that they split that and then push it to the community first. And then the community automatically creates a PR there. It's a hard process. It's an extremely painful process. Every single time my team struggles, but it is the way it is. We are winning, so we continue to do that. Yeah. Yes. Good question, because we are also funded maybe.
Hey folks, so this is a workshop, so if you can also follow along as in over here, it would be great. You can also possibly do some music with algorithms. So you can take your laptops out and follow along.
Can you play some sort of music or something?
all, I think you might have been expecting governance and stuff with AI. Sorry to disappoint on that front. I won't be talking about governance or AI. Unfortunately, if I tried to do that, it wouldn't be very nuanced, and you would want to run. What I will be talking about is making music using Strudel. Strudel, you might have heard of other software that does this, stuff like Tidal Cycles, Sonic Pi, Super Collider, and all of these are basically synthesizers that you can run in your computer. Super Collider is this really, really old application. It's written in C. You could download an exe and basically talk about, like, create sounds using a oscillator, a sine oscillator, a square wave, things like that. That's most of how modern synthesizers work. And Strudel is no different. You can run it in a browser. It has a lot of cool modern features, like you can collaborate with people, you can, and some of those we'll explore today. We won't get into the advanced stuff, but if you're interested, I will add links to the advanced stuff, and some of the advanced stuff I don't even know about, so happy to talk about those. All right, I'll get started with the, I don't know if this is loud enough for you guys. Is this loud enough for you guys? Okay, cool, thank you. We made slides. This was supposed to be a workshop. It exactly worked the same way. You have cycles per minute, which means the amount of cycles. This is something that it inherits from Tidal Cycles. So Strudel is a port of Tidal Cycles in the browser in JavaScript. And cycles per minute doesn't exactly work the same way as BPM. And if you're more comfortable with the BPM syntax, you can use that. But cycles per minute is more or less just talking about how many cycles of, and I'll show you what a cycle or a pattern looks like, will get played in a minute. You can play chords if you're familiar with what chords are. Chords are a set of notes that we, over time, as we have evolved, a set of notes that sound good to us. And back in the medieval times, these used to be very different. These used to, if we listen to medieval music today, it's going to sound bad. We won't like them. We agree on these chords today. These are chords that Western music has sort of standardized with using some notation, and you can use that. You can say C sharp minor, B major. If you skip the major, it's a major. It's considered to be a major, A and B. And this is a chord progression that you'll find in so many songs. And I have a completely separate rant about this 6-5-4-5 that gets overused and overplayed, but also sounds so sentimental that we continue to listen to it. Some notes from a musician's perspective. Dynamics are important. When you write an algorithm and you say, play these 4 notes, it can do it, well, robotically. It is a machine after all. So it can do it to the point. And that's not how humans play music. That's not how we play music at all. So there are ways to humanize the kind of music that you play with Strudel by using things like late and early, by adding a little more delay, by making it look like, by adding mistakes rather. You could think of it as adding mistakes to where you are on the tempo. You can use rand and cutoff for side chains, and some interesting dynamics can come from motion parameterization, which is if you're using a phone and you enable motion, what you can do is say that I have a drum beat, a guitar riff, and a bass line. And you can say that on the drum beat, the hi-hat should play really fast if I hold my phone up high, and really slow when I hold my phone down low. And you could also do this with very simply gain. So if you're someone who's like a rapper, and if you've been to a cypher before, you'd know that this is very useful, because you could be freestyling and really getting into that verse where you want the music to be all up high, the hi-hats, the drums, everything should be all full power. But there could be a section in your freestyling when you're improvising your music, when you're playing live, where you want it to be, let's make it a little more quiet. And those are things that those are dynamics that can be made possible with motion parameterization. You can add parameters into your tracks using all kinds of motion. The basic thing that you can do on your laptop is maybe use the X and Y coordinates of your mouse. But I don't really like that one. It's not as cool as like turning your phone around and now your hi-hat is not, it's not playing anymore, or your hi-hat is really fast now. And putting on a performance, of course. Putting on a performance, if you played live before, you know that you have to put on a performance. Those 3 chords that you're playing might not be the most difficult thing you've played ever, but sometimes you just have to pretend like it's making your face melt a little. And it's the same with playing electronic music. Sometimes you're not really doing a lot, but sometimes you just have to pretend like, what does that button do? Yeah, you just have to pretend to look busy. And this is something I'm not a professional DJ, but most professional DJs are gonna attest to this. Nico and I, we set this up. Kaustubh and I, we set this up. It was very last minute, but I think it panned out okay. I'll let you decide that later on. But let's get to making the music. All right, has any of you opened up Strudel so far? Is any of you still open to jamming? Are you somewhat well versed with Strudel so far? Okay, first time. Great. Is anyone else using Strudel right now? Nico, thank you. All right, do you want to jam? Nico, you and I. Nice, this is gonna be fun. You have a link? Do you want to send it to me? Oh, thanks. Sorry about that. That should be correct now. Okay, in the meantime, before we get started on this, I'll try to show you a few things that we can make using Strudel. And these are examples that I've been trying to make since yesterday that we can play around with. We'll look at the crossfade. So this is like a Traceo track, which means that you can do Euclidean rhythms, which is very fun and very lopsided. You can do that very easily. Like here is your Euclid 3/8, and it's trying to do HCF on the beat itself because 8 doesn't divide in 3. So what do? You loop around in a way that sounds lopsided, and this is what the Latin Americans dance to. This is what a Cuban rhythm sounds like. And this is the kind of Cuban rhythms that we also listen to all the time in popular music today, in Bollywood music today. So, okay, what do I have right now? I just have my hi-hat. Let me add a little bit of the bass, etc. And it's really a great tool to do that kind of generative visualizations. All right, we have a lot of people here. And okay, let's... all right, and so this is something that I didn't talk about. The $sign is a track, and the $sign, you can use a line of your own to write a $sign. Preferably, the $sign would be your own track. And within that track, you can add sounds, S for sound, and notes, and chords. And let's try to do something with that. okay, there are some Strudel functions that are not supported in Flock. So I'm assuming sound alias is one of those. All right, there's a lot happening here. Yeah. No, you don't have to. Okay, this is where we are right now. We can do better. I think we can. Hey, Pagebird, who are you? The insect sound, I think is very tasteful that someone added the insect sound. Okay, you can add the jazz sounds. All of these sounds have a lot in the sound bank. All right, we do have 2 minutes left, and I do not want this to be a dissatisfying experience for you. Whoever's interested, we can continue jamming out in the hall and make people unhappy about this. But before I leave, I think I'd want to play something for everyone. Maybe a bar or two of that, and I'll head out. Thank you all for jamming, and I hope we can continue this outside. I don't want to take anyone else's time. Thank you, folks.
If you've ever copy-pasted code from ChatGPT or any other GitHub and assume, will this get sued me? Will I get sued for this? Siddharth is here to cover it. So Stan will cover about data protection from FOSS to data protection through AI and LLMs. Siddharth? All right, thank you for that.
Yeah, that works. Thank you for the introduction. I should have thought about this title a bit more before I suggested it, because this is a lot of ground to cover in approximately 10 minutes of talk. I hope you all stick around for it. But before we start, since I'm a lawyer, I need to give you this disclaimer. Anything I tell you here today is just general information only. This is to help you out in general. This is not legal advice. If you need legal advice, you need to talk to a lawyer specifically for your situation, discuss what exactly is happening, what issues you're facing, what you wish to achieve, so that you can get an appropriate response from that lawyer tailored to your particular situation. Now, we all know that AI code generation is the new reality here everywhere across the globe, wherever you go. It doesn't matter where you're located. AI code generation is here. It's impacting all industries, all sectors. But tools like these are also widespread. They're widely adopted. Can we perhaps have a show of hands? How many of you have tried at least generating code through an AI? Yeah, as expected. At least 80% of you, maybe 90% of you. The rest of you will try it out at some point if you are a coder at all. So why exactly do some of you stay back? Why exactly do some projects stay skeptical of these tools, of the AI-generated code? It's all because of the legal uncertainty and compliance risks that come along with it. And that's what the focus of today's talk is going to be. Why does this matter for FOSS projects in particular? There are two different areas where FOSS projects are impacted. One is code that you create and put up. It can be taken by anybody. If it's up on the internet, everybody's known that forever. If it's on the internet, it's there forever. If it's on the internet, anyone can take it. So that's the first point here. You create something, you put it up, anyone can take it. And it's not as simple as you going up to GitHub, taking your repositories down, putting it up on GitLab or some other place and being fine with it, saying that, hey, at least Copilot cannot be trained on it anymore. Because if it's on the internet, it's not just Copilot being trained on that particular company's storage. It's every company trying to grab a share of this data that is out there. But when you're on the other side, when you're the one who is generating code using AI, as we've seen from the raise of hands, which is most of you here today, and most people out there who are coding at all, there are a lot of issues that crop up. One of them is the unclear documentation of sources. Where did the original code for training this come from? What were the licenses under which that original code was created and shared? What is the license which applies to the outputs that you've received from this AI tool? There might be a license for the AI tool or the AI model. There might be terms of the company that has published the model. But as long as the code it reproduces for you or pushes out to you is a copy of someone else's code out there somewhere, that original author's copyright continues to apply. I'm not going to bore you all with what copyright means, what patents mean, and so on, because one, we don't have much time here today, and two, you all already know that. You've been bored with that enough. Everybody talks about that when law comes in at all. So next, there's a risk of copyleft creeping into permissive or proprietary code bases. Just because you receive that output from an AI does not mean that no one else's rights apply. If the original code was under GPL, AGPL, or some other similar license, the terms of that license do still apply, even though this tool or this model does not tell you that certain attributions or notices have to be done. It does not tell you that someone else's IP might be infringed or some licenses apply to it. So because of all of that, there is a need for proactive legal compliance measures to be taken from your side so that you are sure that you don't stay at risk and the projects you contribute to are not at risk. That risk is why many of these projects have outright banned AI contributions, and some of them have either shown skepticism or have asked for declarations to be made that this particular contribution was AI generated or assisted by AI. Linux kernel is kind of an outlier here. I've put it under disclosure of AI contributions, but as far as I know, that was a proposal in their mailing list. I am not sure yet whether that's a final thing that everyone has to disclose it. With that, I'll give you an overview of the current Indian legal landscape. Mostly when we hear about AI models, when we hear about code generation, what we hear is Europe-centric or US-centric. We don't usually get to hear what the legal situation is in India because the discussions are related to companies which are located in one of those two places, sometimes in China. So there you generally get to hear that most copyrights don't matter, but they do as far as the legal books are concerned. Practical enforceability is a different matter. In India, things are a little different from what they are in US or Europe. In India, we don't have a comprehensive law on AI yet. Europe does at least have one law on EU AI Act, that which is now being adopted in national legislations as well across EU. In India, we don't have anything like that. In India, it's a patchwork of different laws which govern different aspects of it. One of them is the Copyright Act, which is pretty old, but it's been amended over time. It's been improved to include things like computer-related code. Then there are other laws related to IP, such as trademarks, patents, and so on. There's the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, which is relatively recent. This one covers personal data. If you capture some GitHub profile on the training model, that GitHub profile contains a username that contains that person's individual name, which organizations they worked at. There could be data captured from other sources as well. All of that is personal data, and that is covered under this particular law. Then there's the Information Technology Act 2000 and the Intermediary Guidelines Rules. Mostly it's companies which are hosting models or allowing people to hold discussions which need to care about this part, the Intermediary Guidelines Rules. There have been some recent regulatory movements. The IT minister announced just 2 days ago on 28th of September that we should expect a national AI governance framework by the end of this month. What will that cover? We can't say for sure yet. There have been some statements on it, but we have to wait and watch at this time. End of this month, we should know what India's AI outlook is looking like in the future. But as of now, there have been a few different things that have happened. There's been a subcommittee on AI governance. It started in 2023. They issued a preliminary report in January this year. And in February, they stopped taking feedback on it. Their final report is not out yet, so that too, I will not talk much about today because it's also in the works. It's not a final version yet. The Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, that's the ministry of the IT minister. That ministry issued an advisory last year on 1st of March, and then it was revised on 15th of March. This advisory required AI models to be registered, to approval to be taken. After it was revised, it did not require that registration and approval anymore. It is non-binding, so not anybody has to comply with it. It's applicable for significant social media intermediaries. That's a category under the intermediary guidelines rules. Large players who are in social media landscape. People are supposed to prevent bias and discrimination, label unreliable AI outputs, and ensure that the AI outputs do not contain any unlawful content. And CERT in India, that's the Computer Emergency Response Team of India, which deals with cybersecurity issues. They've issued certain guidelines last year, revised in July this year. So version 2 of those guidelines contain a few pages on an AI bill of materials. I'll circle back to this one a little later in this presentation. First of these, the Copyright Act 1957. Now I'm looking at the other side. When you generate code, so far I was looking at you consuming other people's stuff and using that to create outputs. Now I'm looking at what happens when you create that output. In the Copyright Act, the current legal landscape is that Indian law does not recognize non-human authorship. If something is created entirely by an AI, it cannot be copyrighted in Indian law as of now. However, if there's a partial human authorship in there, it's a gray area at the moment. We don't know whether it's copyrightable. We don't know whether it's completely uncopyrightable. Ownership only vests in natural or juristic persons. Natural persons are all of us, individuals. Juristic persons are fake artificial people as recognized in law, which includes companies, it includes organizations, projects, the government itself. All of those, they're, for the purposes of laws, considered to be persons, and they're called juristic persons. The government has constituted an expert panel on this earlier this year. That panel has not come out with a report yet, so again, up in the air. We've got a lot of confusion about what the actual legal landscape is, which leaves us with a few unresolved questions. Who owns AI-generated works? Does user prompting establish sufficient human authorship? And what constitutes fair dealing for AI training data? Fair dealing is similar to what you might have heard as fair use in US laws. That's what generally gets talked about. Fair use is you taking something and making use of it to an extent that it does not infringe on the original copyright owner their rights, but you still get certain rights to use that material. Fair dealing is a little similar to that in Indian law, but also a little different. If you really need to dive deeper into that, make a note of the term fair dealing, search for it, or again, talk to a lawyer about it, or ask me questions a little later. Patenting is different. Patenting is clearer than copywriting in India right now as far as AI outputs are concerned. Guidelines were issued again earlier this year related to this. AI-assisted inventions are patentable, but completely AI-generated inventions are not patentable. If it was created completely by an AI, you cannot patent it. If you, as the person coming up with the invention, used an AI to shape the final version or to get some assistance in creating the final version, but the idea was yours, the overall technique or method was yours, then in that case it can be patented and you can protect that invention. AI bill of materials, the thing that I said I would come back to. Certain issued this, it is mandatory for government, public sector, and essential services organizations. It is optional for organizations involved in AI-driven development and services. This broadly asks you to provide a lot of data and information when you're releasing an AI model or when you're supplying an AI model to one of these categories, the government, public sector, or essential service organizations. Essential service organizations are what the Indian laws consider to be critical for India to continue functioning. It includes the financial sector, it includes the telecom sector, it includes a few others such as power, electricity. So when one of these is involved and AI is being provided to them, then an AI bill of materials needs to be supplied along with it. And an AI bill of material is supposed to cover a lot of different categories of data. I'm not mentioning all of them here, but it includes generic things like the unique identifier for that AI model, what the underlying data sources were, what was used. Whoa, okay, I am almost out of time, so I need to rush through, sorry. Take a photo of that or go back to the YouTube live stream and check it out. This is the only case which has happened in India so far related to AI outputs, and it's about copyrights. It's an ongoing case. This is not settled yet. ANI has asked for 2 crores in damages, and they've said that the data was used without authorization to train ChatGPT. The case is ongoing, not settled yet. The court has framed a few issues on it. OpenMDW is a license that was released by the Linux Foundation. This license can be used for the AI model. It can be used for data underlying that AI model. It protects outputs and it protects your rights as a user of an AI model. So if you find an AI model and its underlying data sets under this particular license, it's generally a good confidence measure in you going ahead and using that. RSL is a recent announcement made earlier this year. It is backed by Quora, Yahoo, Medium, Reddit, all of these, but it's not been adopted by any AI company yet. This allows publishers to allow their data to be used for training AI models on certain terms that are mentioned in the robots.txt file. It's supposed to be automatically consumed by AI companies and make it fair to train AI models on that data. So for compliance, which was the core, the crux of why you are here at all, what do you do to stay safe? During the development or pre-development, make sure that you've got a written policy in your company or in your organization or in your project saying what is fair, what is not, what is allowed, what's not, which AI models are okay. Keep real-time scanning and alerts active. After you're deploying it, keep monitoring what has happened and whether any infringement is taking place. In audits, take a photo, please. We don't have time, sorry. And take a photo of this as well. Compliance toolkit, what you can use to stay compliant. But again, these are only examples. This is not everything that is out there. This is meant to get you started on the right track. Later on, you could come back, review other tools that are out there. There are some of these people present here in different booths and stalls. Go talk to them. Go also talk to the OpenChain people, because OpenChain is a compliance framework meant to keep FOSS projects and organizations compliant overall. Okay, thank you. Questions? All right. It's good to have a talk where everyone is very clear about what exactly was talked about and there are no questions whatsoever.
stage.
So have you ever wondered why your algorithm shows really irrelevant content or very relevant content that it scares you? Well, Denny over here will show you how you can think and build really, an alternate social network which is not really irrelevant or really relevant. In fact, Denny is a co-founder of Tattle Civic Technologies. He builds open source tools and open datasets to understand and respond to inaccurate and harmful content. The talk will offer a primer on how ActivityPub works and why it matters, showcases lesser known diverse projects to demonstrate platform diversity and so on. So overall to you.
Hey everyone, my name is Denny. I work at Tattle. We build open source software and datasets to tackle online harms like misinformation, hate speech, content moderation, deepfake, stuff like that. And when you spend a lot of time analyzing harms on social media, you start seeing how many of the design flaws in the social media site itself is responsible for a lot of these harms, right? Which is why I got interested in this space of exploring how alternate social media works and what kind of protocols exist in the open source ecosystem for that. The objective of my talk is to introduce you all to ActivityPub protocol, give you a sense of what type of features exist in existing Fediverse software. Ideally, I hope I can give you all a small nudge towards becoming Fediverse user, but also, ActivityPub users, but also ActivityPub developers, because it's increasing.
Because everyone said it won't work, and tried before my hackathon demo. But then things turned out to be good. I got my back and it worked, so that's good. So the audio? Audio is not quite working. If you have also experienced those sort of quirks with FFmpeg or any other platform dependent quirks, sit over here. Sid or Siddharth, as he likes to call himself, has built a lot of apps around video processing, encoding, transcoding, all by coding, obviously. And he has a lot to say on how you can get browsers to create videos. So over on to you, Sid.
Hi everybody. Thank you so much, Justin. This is the last session of the day, so I promise I'll keep it short. I know a lot of you have been here for a while. But I'm here to tell you that we should be more excited about this new technology that's just being shaped, but will be part of our browsers very soon, called web codecs. I'm Sid. I prefer to go by Sid. I am what you would call a design engineer, in the sense that I mostly work on the front end. I mostly work with UI. I don't have a background in computer science, but what I do have is a background in design. And so I try to marry all of my passions with respect to coding, with respect to design, and I sort of work in that space, right? A lot of multimedia and a lot of UI. I write a lot of Rust, a lot of TypeScript, as you might expect from somebody like me. But in the open source sort of space, I'm most known for creating the framework called SCAP. It's a screen recording framework that I had built a couple of years ago. It's used in a bunch of companies like Zed and Cap, and of course we use it at my own company called Helmer. We use it to record the screen at various resolutions. We are able to record multiple windows simultaneously, multiple apps simultaneously, choose to exclude certain windows if we would like to. And that, you would imagine, allows us to sort of compose our screen recordings in post-production, because you have all of these layers and all of these various parts that you can then assemble, right? So instead of just a flat screen recording, it is a lot more data that we have to play around with. You can check this out on GitHub. It was acquired from me by Cap shortly after, and it's their property now, but I feel very proud that we worked on this, and we did. But as part of working on that project, one of the things we realized is that bringing multimedia creation apps to the web has historically been very difficult. And you sort of have like a Canva, you have like a Figma, but what you don't have is something that's like a go-to standard for a Premiere Pro or an After Effects or a DaVinci Resolve, right? And there are a number of reasons as to why this has been difficult. Historically, I think the biggest one that people should naturally think of is how sandboxed the browser has been. We looked a lot at security and vulnerabilities in the last talk. And one of the things that's still true today is that since a browser executes code from a remote place, it's hard to preemptively combat what kind of code it can be and what it could do, right? And so the browser vendors sort of take this approach of locking the browser capabilities down and don't let you, the web developer, access a lot of system level functionality. And so if you were to try to build a Premiere or an After Effects, it would look something like this. You would have something on your client side where you presumably collect assets, you have like a timeline, some sort of UI where you can see preview. You're probably running it in the browser, maybe using something like React or Vue or a bazillion other options that exist in the JavaScript ecosystem today. However, the bulk of the work will likely be done on some server somewhere, right? You may have a Node thing or a Rust thing or a C++ thing, whatever the form factor of your server is. But you can rest assured that a lot of your work will be done there. You will probably use something like an FFmpeg under the hood. And this whole design is flawed in the sense that most of your very, very mission critical actions sort of happen on the server. And because they're happening on the server, there's a loop the loop that you have to play where every uploaded asset onto your web app needs to first be sent to a server. Your server needs to sort of decode it, do the whatever processing your app brings to the table, that's the box labeled your processing. And once you're done, you kind of need to encode it back into a playable stream or a video or audio or whatever, and then send it back. One unfortunate downside for this approach is this happens. Your client will always be loading, waiting for something to happen, and the experience is just not great. And anytime you do any operation on any kind of server, somebody somewhere is paying the bill for it, right? It's probably you, it's probably your vendor, it's probably somebody. And so for as long as your server is running, you incur some cost. And because of poor user experience on the client and very high server costs for computation and so ever, it's extremely been, been hard imagining like a video creation suite of tools for the browser, right? However, in this slide, you can see that the two tasks that are still pretty common are decoding and encoding. And encoding and decoding are very simple to understand in the sense that when you open a media file, it's been arranged in a certain way that you need to sort of disassemble and then feed to wherever you're playing the file, right? And so this set of rules that governs how a file should be arranged and then read back is called encoding and decoding. And together, this set of rules is called a codec, right? It's a portmanteau, which I did not know was a word until this morning. But what it means is that a combination of two words, right? So encode and decode combined together form a codec. And codecs are very mission critical. You may have already heard of them. H.264, it powers a lot of the MP4 files that you use, FLAC, AAC, and a bunch more. Netflix uses its own proprietary codecs. I think YouTube runs on VP8 and VP9. Each of the codecs have their own set of trade-offs. But unfortunately, the presence of all of these codecs means that we as app developers need to understand many of them, need to figure out how to implement them in our app. Some of the codecs are open source, some are proprietary, some have weird licensing, and it's a whole mess if you try to dive into it yourself, right? But we're here to talk today to talk about web codecs. It's a browser-first API that gives web developers access to hardware and accelerated encoders and decoders. And what that effectively means is that if I go back a few slides, in this diagram, the encoding and decoding is happening on a server with tools that you are sort of paying for in terms of compute time, or also in terms of the learning curve that you have to sort of learn, right? FFmpeg at an API level can get very complex, and you might have to get a lot of media fundamentals right in order to make it do what you want it to do. And that's just not a very fun battle to fight. But now, in browsers, there is this working spec of an API that is called web codecs, which basically looks at this whole ecosystem of problems that I just mentioned and says, hey, the browsers already come with codecs built in. And if the apps running inside of browsers, which is mostly written in JavaScript, need to do a lot of multimedia operations like dissecting a file, reading things from it, compressing it, resizing, etc., we should expose some APIs in order for these to provide the JavaScript webhooks access to the system level media libraries. So in Chrome's case, it is FFmpeg. In Firefox's case, it is FFmpeg. Safari uses Apple's AV Foundation. Whatever the form factor may be, through FFmpeg, through AV Foundation, and through a number of implementations, you're able to unlock access to the GPU, which is very, very efficient at dissecting and disassembling or doing whatever kind of encoding and decoding you wanted to do. And by extension of using this API, you also inherit all of the codec support that comes with it, right? So you as the end state developer of the final consumer app don't really have to sort of drop to as low levels as codecs and understand, hey, how is H264 different from H265? The browser handles that for you. And so if I go back to my diagram, you can see this was the complicated mess of affairs. But if we look at what is now doable with the web codecs API, the server is entirely removed from our picture. Why? Because with the browser, we can now encode and decode media. And since we can get raw data out of our multimedia files, a lot of our core business logic, your processing part, can move from the server as it was before to within the browser, as long as you can sort of get around the TypeScript or sort of the JavaScript runtime performance limitations, which is not that many. So this obviously has a lot of benefits compared to our older architecture, but just like as a rough diagram, this is sort of how it works. You can get or source your media from a number of places, from the user's camera, through the file system, and you can use the web codecs API to extract what's called a video frame. That's this box right here. And there's multiple ways of creating this video frame. It doesn't have to come from an existing media device. It could also come from a video tag, an image tag, a canvas, image bitmap, and whatever else. The browser gives you lots of ways to create this entity called a video frame. And what's special about this entity is that it can be handed over to a video encoder, and the encoder hands you back a chunk, and a sequence of these chunks cumulatively forms a playable media file. So now it is possible to go from raw data all the way to a final playable encoded video without having to do the round trip to the server as we were doing as part of this diagram, right? So everything happens client side, everything happens in the browser, across browsers. And so you inherit all of the cross-platform support and capabilities of native media tools. So what do we unlock then? We unlock much lower server costs, 0 in some cases. I mean, you'll still need a server if you're doing things like authentication or storing renders or somewhere, but it'll be a lot lower than it would have been before. 0 network latency. Your previews will be instant. You don't have to make a network round trip in order to show people what they're actually editing. You inherit hardware acceleration without having to write GPU level code yourself, which is a huge pain. And I remember struggling with Rust a fair bit to get it to use web GPU and so on. And as a final bonus, you also get a very easy to use JavaScript API. Getting a frame from a playable video file is very, very simple. You just have to make a couple of API calls. So you solve for price, you solve for performance, and you solve for a fantastic developer experience. Which then brings us to the question of what could you build now that all of this exists? Video conferencing solutions can now be built entirely client-side. If any of you have used or tried to use Google Meet in a browser like Safari, it very quickly warns you about, hey, we can't do virtual backgrounds because it's too computationally expensive and so on and so forth. All of those limitations sort of get sidestepped by using this. Right? You could make content creation platforms, captions, automatic subtitling, and just tools that do a much better job of doing all of this. Now no longer need you to build a native app. You could just build a website, a web app that makes a few TypeScript calls, and you will be able to get these things running. Of course, for education, annotating videos, analysis and frame by frame, if you want to dissect a video into a number of frames, feed it into a model, and train your own custom AI models, you could do that now too. subtitle generation, and one very nice accessibility feature is you could make a sign language overlay generator where you accept a video, parse through what's being said, and then you can generatively add sign language overlays that makes it accessible to more people. It's a very clever use case. We decided to use web codecs to try our own proof of concept. It's a concept that I call Helmer. It's an infinite canvas, but for video. So you can imagine something like a Figma where you can chuck things, images, text, and then you assemble a video into this nice to use UI, and then sort of like build your story upwards from there. That's what I work on these days. To get started, here are 4 resources. I will share the links to it. You can find me around here. I'll be walking around. I'm happy to share them. Media Bunny by Vanil. There is Remotion by Johnny Berger. And of course, MDN and Chrome have very detailed documentations about the APIs. Browser support has been great. Safari is well on its way to adding full support. In fact, the latest iOS 26 does add support for web codecs. So expect very, very fast adoption of this in a lot of places. And I can't wait to see what you will build with this thing. 82 years worth of video is uploaded to the internet every day, and 3.5 billion people watch it. And so since it is de facto the best medium to tell stories, you as a app developer can help a lot more people to share theirs if you build in this space, right? That was it. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'm very happy to answer them about design, about media, and yeah, here it is.
Thank you, Sid. If you have any questions with Sid, you can have Sid downside and like down the stage and like probably have a chat with him. But yeah, so we have come to the end of the day, day 1. We started with the day with Srirang and Albert giving us a talk on running a CDN for open source software. So they're basically making our progress bars move faster by by mirroring open source packages. Then we had a lot of other talks which were touching upon topics like optimization, security, FOSS, orchestration, and TLAs. After a very good lunch and probably trying not to sleep as well, we had Amit and Raghavendra talk about FOSS strategy at Mercedes-Benz, India. And we had to trigger Badri to drop his Dumbphone as well, but then he escaped from dropping it. Though one of our speakers couldn't join us today, unfortunately, he couldn't make it up, but amazing improv session by Azan, which I believe is the real vibe coding, with the real vibes and music set in. From AI legality to alternate social media platforms and even asking a browser to crunch numbers, I believe this day went really swift, right? We have an amazing set of speakers tomorrow. We have close to 15 speakers in this Audi 2, and then another 15 to 18 speakers in Audi 1. So we have topics like end-to-end encryption, video streaming, bootable containers, geopolitics of Gen AI, and Kailashnath's talk on Hummel as well. All lined up for tomorrow's day 2, so make sure you join tomorrow as well. Though it's Sunday, don't sleep in bed and call today. You have spent the money to come to IndiaFOSS. You have a lot of resources over here. You will learn a lot. So make sure you join us tomorrow as well. And don't forget to interact with and also check out 60 plus booths right outside auditoriums as well. So, yep. This is Justin signing off on day 1. Have a great IndiaFOSS tomorrow as well.